Chapter 806. After Gu Nianji finished speaking, the courtroom went silent. All eyes turned to Jin Wani, the defense lawyer for the defendant. Jin Wani could only feel her head buzzing. Gu Nianji's words were like a bucket of ice water that instantly doused her heart. Her heated head finally cooled down, and Jin Wani looked at Gu Nianji with a complicated expression. She was momentarily speechless. The judge waited for a while before asking expressionlessly, "Defense lawyer, may I ask if you can produce legal evidence that the plaintiff is an adopted daughter of the Gu family? If you can, please present it to the court. The court will verify the authenticity and make a judgment on whether this case is valid or invalid." Jin Wani thought to herself that Gu Yanran had to produce this document, so she couldn't tell the court yet. She thought about it and said, because the plaintiff was adopted in Barbados, it will take time to obtain the adoption documents from there. We sincerely ask the court to give us a certain amount of time and choose a date for the retrial. Plaintiff, what do you think? The judge looked at Gu Nianji again. Gu Nianji recognized the judge. He was President Zhang of the Imperial Capital High Court. She nodded. I have no objections, but I hope the other party can give a reasonable deadline. If they can't produce evidence within this deadline, then please proceed with the trial according to my complaint. What Gu Nianji meant was that if the other party couldn't produce evidence that she was adopted, then they would proceed with the trial according to her complaint. Regardless of whether it was adopted or biological, as long as it was a legally recognized relationship, they would have the same rights and obligations. Jin Wani's heart trembled. She didn't expect Gu Nianji to be so watertight that she wouldn't even let them drag it out. The judge nodded in agreement and said to Jin Wani, defense lawyer, please submit a written request to the court for an extension of the retrial. Please state the exact reason for the extension and the length of the extension. The court will consider it and issue a written opinion to both parties. Yes, Your Honor. Jin Wani had no choice but to agree now. Gu Yanran's face was a bit pale, but she forced herself to stand up and follow Jin Wani out. He Zichu was sitting on the side of the aisle. Gu Yanran paused when she walked past him. He Zichu looked in Gu Nianji's direction as if he didn't know her at all. Gu Yanran's lips opened and closed a few times. She almost blurted out something, but when she thought of the consequences she couldn't bear, she gritted her teeth and held it in. She didn't say anything and walked out with her head held high. He Zichu's shimmering, sultry eyes flashed as he slowly stood up from his seat. Gu Nianji walked towards him with a smile and said proudly, Professor He, how was my performance today? Not bad. Keep working hard. He Zichu patted her shoulder, and the two of them walked side by side out of the High People's Court's main entrance. On the way, He Zichu asked her casually. Aren't you worried that Gu Yanran might prove that you're not even an adopted daughter? What is there to worry about? Gu Nianji spread her hands and smiled like a little fox. The more you say, the more mistakes you make. I want to see how Gu Yanran is going to cover up this lie. Originally, Gu Yanran and Jin Wani had assumed that Gu Nianji wouldn't be able to produce legal proof that she was an adopted daughter, so her estate dispute case would be invalid. However, now that Gu Nianji had thrown the ball back to prove that she was an adopted daughter, the situation had completely reversed. As far as proof of adoption was concerned, Jin Wani and Gu Yanran only had two choices. 1. They could produce a fake document to prove that she was an adopted daughter. Then, even if it was a fake document, Gu Nianji would still have the same right to inherit the Gu estate as Gu Yanran. That was because an adopted daughter had the same right to inherit as a biological daughter, unless there was a will. The second possibility was that they couldn't produce any adoption documents either, so they could only follow Gu Nianji's claim. According to the identity on the Barbados government documents, as Gu Xiangwen's daughter, she would still have the same right to inherit the Gu estate as Gu Yanran. Therefore, no matter what they did, Gu Nianji's estate dispute was set. Jin Wani's attempt to get the court to invalidate her claim was impossible. Smart. Hijichu complimented her and drove to the school. The lawsuit went well today. Come to my place for dinner. My organic farm sent pork and some free-range chicken. Gu Nianji remembered the delicious food she had at Hijichu's place last time and nodded. Sure, why don't we call Chi-Chi? She's a good eater, so she'll definitely like your food. Hijichu agreed and asked her to call Ma Chi-Chi. The two of them chatted happily over the phone, and Ma Chi-Chi immediately agreed to go to Professor He's place for a meal. After putting down the phone, Gu Nianji thought of a possibility. Her expression grew serious as she said, "There's another possibility. Gu Yanran might as well throw out Gu Xiangwen's DNA evidence. That way, she can indirectly prove that I'm an adopted daughter and create a fake will. Then, I'll have no hope at all." When fighting a lawsuit, one had to consider all the circumstances in order to be invincible in court. Hijichu laughed when he heard that. She wouldn't dare. Why not? Gu Nianji was very curious. She bowed and looked at Hijichu. But I think this is the only thing she can rely on. This is also her biggest flaw. Hijichu drove into the campus and said dryly, "If she dares to throw out this evidence, the consequences will be too severe for her to bear." Oh. Gu Nianji sat back and thought about it. She smiled. "Professor He, don't be so sure. Only smart people can think of the so-called consequences. With Gu Yanran's intelligence, what if she can't think of the serious consequences? The ignorant are fearless. Don't you agree?" Hijichu froze. He realized that Gu Nianji's words made sense. He actually didn't know what to say. "So I still have to be prepared," Gu Nianji muttered to herself. She closed her eyes and began to calculate the various reactions the other party would make and how she would respond. Ma Chi-Chi ended the call with Gu Nianji and packed her things to go to Hijichu's building for lunch. Just then, Yin Shixiang called. "Chi-Chi, what are you doing?" Ma Chi-Chi heard Yin Shixiang's voice and was very happy. "Brother Xiong. Long time no see. What have you been up to?" Yin Shixiang looked at the pigsty that he had cleaned and the fat pigs that were snorting after eating their fill. He smiled bitterly and said, "Of course I'm busy with work. What about you? What have you been doing recently? Are you free this weekend?" Ma Chi-Chi held her phone in one hand and reached for her bag with the other. "I was just about to go to Professor He's place with Ninji for lunch. Professor He has an organic farm, and I heard they gave him organic pork today. It's delicious." Yin Shixiang smelled the stench as soon as he heard pork. He turned to look at the pigsty and shook his head. "Okay, Chi-Chi, I'm going to work now. Talk to you later." He hung up and began to clean the pigsty that had been dirted again. When Zhao Liangzi came to find him, he almost fell over from the stench. "Big Xiong, oh Big Xiong, you're like a tiger that fell to the plains and got bullied by pigs." Zhao Liangzi laughed so hard he fell over. Yin Shixiang turned to see it was Zhao Liangzi and his eyes lit up. He dropped the tools in his hands and rushed over. "Little Zay. Did Hu Xiao send you to find me? Can I go back now?" Go. Go away. Look at how stinky you are. Go back and wash yourself 7 or 8 times. When the stench is gone, go see Hu Xiao." Zhao Liangzi relayed Hu Xiaoheng's order. "The bosses are all in the conference room. They have important instructions to pass on today." It was the third night watch. Today was the third night watch, asking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. It was Monday, especially recommendation votes. P.S. Today is the last day of the fan festival. Remind everyone to vote for The Legend of Kamwu. Also see if you can get a Kamwu Alliance fan title. Thank you. Chapter 807. Gu Nianji followed He Jichu to his professor's building. Before Ma Qiqi arrived, He Jichu asked Gu Nianji with a complicated expression, "Nianji, do you really want to have parents?" Gu Nianji was speechless. Who didn't want to have parents? She sat on the sofa in the living room of He Jichu's suite and hugged a panda pillow. She sniffled and drawled, "Professor He, I didn't jump out of a rock. Why wouldn't I want to have my own parents? I don't remember you ever thinking about finding your own parents. Hu Xiaoheng once said you had no concept of what parents are." He Jichu sat on the sofa across from her and leaned forward to look at her thoughtfully. He seemed to be wondering what made her change. Gu Nianji's eyes started to drift when she heard this. When did she suddenly want to find her own parents? It must have been after returning from Germany, right? Her relationship with Hu Xiaoheng had reached a dead end. Or rather, she realized she had placed too much hope in Hu Xiaoheng. In the end, she couldn't find the sense of security she once had, so she naturally turned to parents who gave their children a sense of security. Although she still didn't have a specific impression of what her parents were like, she could feel the deep love and the pink diamond crown Gu Xiangwen had given to the one-year-old Nianji as a birthday present. People change. Gu Nianji didn't want to analyze her emotional journey with He Jichu, so she cleverly changed the topic. "Professor He, I was just thinking that if Gu Yanran must throw out the evidence that Gu Xiangwen and my DNA don't match, I'm afraid I still have to find people and things related to the real Gu Xiangwen. Also, I still feel like I have to personally investigate the island in the Indian Ocean where the plane crashed. That can be investigated later." He Jichu shook his head disapprovingly. "I think what you should do now is first investigate how much Gu Xiangwen has. That's the main focus of your estate dispute case. If you only want to investigate Gu Xiangwen's whereabouts, why are you fighting an estate dispute case?" Gu Nianji composed herself and quickly said, "Thank you for the reminder, Professor He. I understand now. I was almost led astray by myself." Her original intention in fighting for the inheritance was to make Gu Yanran lose everything. Only then would she be able to cut off Gu Yanran's hands that were reaching everywhere and preventing her from investigating the truth. Everything had its priorities. For now, the most important thing was to make Gu Yanran lose everything and leave the family with nothing. Once Gu Yanran was beaten back to her original state, she would have more clues, resources, and abilities to track down Gu Xiangwen and the whereabouts of the mother that Gu Yanran rarely mentioned. Yin Shixiang washed himself 3 or 4 times before going to the Special Operations Forces conference building to see Hu Xiaoheng. He couldn't shake the feeling that he hadn't washed it clean. His nose still had the lingering smell of a pigsty. Although Zhao Liangze had already patted his chest and promised that he couldn't smell anything, he still didn't believe him. In the end, he forced himself to sprinkle some men's cologne on himself before pushing open the door of the conference room. In the spacious conference room, there was only the desolation of people leaving and the tea cooling. The big shots had already left, and the trial was still playing on the big screen. Hu Xiaoheng sat alone in the conference room with a remote control in his hand. He was practically replaying every scene. In the beginning, he looked at Gu Nianji more often. Later on, everyone's expressions and actions in the courtroom couldn't escape his replay. In the end, Gu Yanran's every move as she walked past He Jichu became a scene that he played for a long time. When Yin Shixiang came in, he saw on the big screen that Gu Yanran kept advancing, stopping, retreating, advancing, stopping, and retreating. However, He Jichu didn't move. He didn't even move his eyes. He sat upright in his chair and looked ahead with an indifferent expression. His gaze was only focused on Gu Nianji. Yin Shixiang walked over awkwardly and saluted Hu Xiaoheng. Reporting to Chief, Lieutenant Colonel Yin Shixiang reporting for duty. Hu Xiaoheng didn't even turn his head. He only raised his hand and waved. Sit. Yin Shixiang quickly sat down on the chair diagonally behind Hu Xiaoheng. He said attentively, Hu Xiao, what are you looking at? Little Zay said the higher-ups are in a meeting and have important instructions. Hua Xiaoheng still didn't turn around. He held the remote control in one hand and kept pressing forward, pause, rewind, and play. His eyes were glued to the big screen. He said nonchalantly, "It's the live broadcast of the estate dispute between Nianji and Gu Yanran. The standing committee of the military just left. You're late." Yin Shixiang lowered his head and sniffed himself guiltily. "I took a shower just now. Sorry for the delay." Hua Xiaoheng smelled the faint fragrance coming from Yin Shixiang's direction. He smiled and pointed at the big screen with the remote control. "Did you see anything?" Yin Shixiang nodded quickly. "You replayed it so many times. Even a blind person could see it." "Yeah, what did you see?" Gu Yanran seemed to have something to say to He Zhichu, but he ignored her. She forced herself to swallow her anger. Look at her throat. It's so obvious when she swallowed. Also, her hands were shaking the whole time. She even clenched her fists. Yin Shixiang was good at reading people's expressions. He even noticed things that Hua Xiaoheng didn't notice, such as the slight swallowing movement in Gu Yanran's throat. This movement was very subtle. It wasn't as obvious as Yin Shixiang said. Hua Xiaoheng's personal secretaries all had their own irreplaceable skills. He nodded approvingly. That makes sense. It wasn't a waste for me to call you back from the pigsty. As soon as he said pigsty, Yin Shixiang immediately stood up with a flushed face. He stood straight in a military posture. Reporting to Chief, Lieutenant Colonel Yin Shixiang has returned from the kitchen. The report will be written soon. End of report. The last time Hua Xiaoheng asked him to represent the officers at the grassroots level, he threw him to the kitchen to feed the pigs. It really tormented Yin Shixiang. Hua Xiaoheng grunted and said calmly, "Don't be emotional. It's for your own good." Reporting to Chief, "I'm not emotional." Yin Shixiang quickly showed his determination. This wasn't the time to be angry. How could he be angry? As soon as he thought of those fat pigs and their pigsty, he lost all his anger. Hua Xiaoheng rested his elbow on the conference table. He clenched his fist and rested the back of his hand on his chin. He looked at the video of the trial and said slowly, "This case concerns Gu Xiangwen's fate. It's very important to us." Yin Shixiang finally understood. He dragged a chair to Hua Xiaoheng's side and looked at the documents in his hands. He whispered in confusion, "Didn't you discover that there's something wrong with this Gu Xiangwen?" The Special Operations Forces Intelligence Analysis Department wasn't easy to deal with. From Gu Yanran's style of doing things, they could analyze that her identity as a Missy might be a lie. Therefore, they also had suspicions about the identity of Gu Xiangwen, who had the same DNA as her. For now, it doesn't matter if there's something wrong with this Gu Xiangwen anymore. What's important is how much money he has and how he's going to split it. Hua Xiaoheng's voice faded. He looked at the screen that continued to replay the live video of the trial. He remained silent and tapped his fingers on the table. His expression didn't change much. But we can't give up on finding Gu Xiangwen's whereabouts. The Standing Committee of the military has instructed us to do everything we can to find the real Gu Xiangwen's whereabouts. We don't have to expose this imposter for now. We can just leave it here as a cover to attract the attention of other countries. Yin Shixiang thought about it and understood. He whispered, "Then do we have any clues?" Hua Xiaoheng didn't say anything else. He placed the remote control on the conference table. Yin Shixiang scratched his head and tried to start a conversation. "I called Chi-Chi when I came over just now. She was very happy and said she wanted to go to Professor He's place with Nianji for a meal." As he spoke, he carefully observed Hua Xiaoheng's expression. Hua Xiaoheng finally turned to look at him. "You didn't forget to call Chi-Chi when you were feeding the pigs. Did you want to feed the pigs for a few more days?" Hua Xiao, you've wronged me. I'm doing this for your sake. Yin Shixiang quickly stood up. Nianji is furious this time. Hua Xiao, you haven't appeased her yet. Hua Xiaoheng recalled Gu Nianji's attitude, and a thoughtful look flashed across his eyes. Yeah, let's ignore her for now. She can do whatever she wants. I've been busy with work lately, so I don't have time. Aw. This is not like you. You're giving up just like that. Yin Shixiang was agitated. You can't do that. How sad will Nianji be if she finds out? Hua Xiaoheng looked up at him and said with certainty, you care about Nianji a lot. I'm not as concerned as you. Yin Shixiang waved his hand vigorously. Why don't you go coax her? Hua Xiaoheng turned to look at the screen. Not as good as you. Yin Shixiang was just short of bowing to Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiao, please forgive me. I don't have any other intentions. I just want to see you and Nianji live well. You know we're both human. Hua Xiaoheng finally couldn't take it anymore. He smirked at Yin Shixiang's words and kicked him. Who's your human? Behave yourself. Yes, Chief. Yin Shixiang secretly wiped his sweat and told Gu Nianji in his heart, Nianji, Brother Xiong can only help you so much. If you keep acting like this, Hua Xiaoheng might really dump you. After all, what kind of person was Hua Xiaoheng? In all these years, they had only seen him coax one person, and that was Gu Nianji. Unfortunately, the little girl didn't know how lucky she was. Yin Shixiang was sighing when he heard Hua Xiaoheng say with a stern face, what should be done has been done. More haste makes waste. It's time for her to reflect on herself. Yin Shixiang shuddered. That was harsh. Before he could think of a way to persuade Hua Xiaoheng not to stoop to the little girl's level, he saw Hua Xiaoheng take out a cigarette and light it. He held it between his fingers and played with the Zippo lighter Gu Nianji had given him. He said calmly. The little girl I raised can't only harm me. I have to let her harm others. He blew out a mouthful of smoke. His expression was hidden in the swirling smoke. Even Yin Shixiang, who was the best at reading people, couldn't tell what he was thinking. This was the first night watch. He suddenly saw that the monthly vote had increased to 6,400 again. He still had to watch the third night watch today, friends. Remember to vote for him every day too. He added another night watch for the monthly vote of 6,400 at 1 p.m. The third night watch at 7 p.m. Chapter 808. At lunchtime, Machichi finally arrived at Hijichu's suite in the professor's building. Gu Nianji opened the door for her and smiled. Chi-Chi, you came just in time. The food just arrived and it's piping hot. Machichi sniffed and her eyes lit up. She said intoxicatedly, this smell is amazing. Did Professor He make it? I didn't expect Professor He to be such a good cook. Gu Nianji snickered. Professor He's cooking skills are on par with mine. Chi-Chi, will you praise me? Machichi was speechless. Then who made this? Didn't you say it was pork and chicken from Professor He's organic farm? Machichi was curious and looked at Gu Nianji suspiciously. You didn't really make it, did you? Of course not. It's a chef from Professor He's farm. Gu Nianji smiled and let her in. The two of them went to the dining room together. They saw 4 simple dishes and 1 soup on the rectangular dining table. There was a plate of home-style stir-fried pork with chili, a bowl of braised pork with syrup, a plate of brown and green garlic twice-cooked pork, and a plate of acorn tofu. In the middle was a large soup pot of goji berries and ginseng stewed chicken. They looked like ordinary home-style dishes, but the aroma was surprisingly tempting. Machichi immediately felt her taste buds swell. She quickly sat down with Gu Nianji and asked curiously, these are all vegetables and meat from Professor He's organic farm. Hijichu nodded slightly. They're all home-style dishes. Nyenji ordered them. He glanced at Gu Nyenji and didn't comment on her taste. Gu Nyenji giggled and picked up her chopsticks to say to Ma Chi-Chi, "Chi-Chi, try some." I've always believed that true culinary skills are demonstrated in home-style dishes. Everyone knows that abalone, ginseng, shark's maw is good food, so it's not surprising that it's delicious. But it's not easy to make simple home-style dishes taste like exotic delicacies. Keep bragging. Even if these home-style dishes are delicious, they're just home-style dishes. Ma Chi-Chi argued with Gu Nyenji as she casually picked up a piece of stir-fried chili pork with the serving chopsticks and put it in her bowl. When she put the stir-fried meat with a few strands of green chili peppers into her mouth, the meat aroma that made her taste buds extremely comfortable immediately made her squint her eyes. She almost meowed like a cat that had eaten a good fish. It's delicious, isn't it? Gu Nyenji smiled as she picked up a piece of stir-fried pork with chili peppers with her chopsticks. I won't lie to my beloved subject. Bah! Ma Chi-Chi glared at Gu Nyenji. I've eaten all over the country, but your dishes are only ranked first. What are you showing off for? Ha, as long as you like it. Gu Nyenji made a face at her, and the two of them ate happily. Hijichu looked at the dishes and didn't have much of an appetite at first, but when he saw the two of them eating so happily, he also took a bite with his chopsticks. Hijichu chewed slowly and allowed his taste buds to adapt to the aroma of the food. He couldn't help but eat another bowl of rice. After lunch, the three of them were a little lazy. Gu Nyenji managed to overcome her laziness and went to the kitchen to make 3 cups of cappuccino. Ma Chi-Chi sipped the cappuccino as she chatted with Gu Nyenji. Nyenji, when I came, Brother Xiong just happened to call and asked what I was doing. I said I wanted to come to Professor He's for a free meal, but he immediately hung up. It seemed like he was very busy. Gu Nyenji blew on the hot cappuccino and looked down as she replied, "Oh," but didn't ask what he was busy with. She also intentionally reminded Ma Chi-Chi. Brother Xiong and his colleagues work like that. They get busy when they say they're busy. They didn't mean to hang up on you. Oh, I see. Ma Chi-Chi nodded without fully understanding and blushed. Brother Xiong isn't usually like that. He hasn't been in contact much lately, so I thought, you're thinking too much. Brother Xiong isn't that kind of person. Gu Nyenji said seriously to reassure Ma Chi-Chi. Hijichu snickered and shook his head. He got up quietly. You guys talk. I'll go check my email. Gu Nyenji also wanted to go back, so she gave Ma Chi-Chi a look and said to Hijichu, Professor He, please continue with your work. We'll go back first. With Ma Chi-Chi there, Hijichu couldn't just ask Gu Nyenji to stay, so he could only nod. Go back and prepare well. You can look for me if you have any difficulties. Oh. Thank you, Professor He. Gu Nyenji replied crisply and left Hijichu's building with Ma Chi-Chi. They chatted and laughed along the way. When they arrived at their own dorm, Ma Chi-Chi suddenly tugged on Gu Nyenji's sleeve and whispered, There's a man who's been following us for a long time. Gu Nyenji had also noticed him since coming out of Hijichu's building. However, unlike Ma Chi-Chi, Gu Nyenji recognized the man. He was Yi Xian, Gu Yenran's little wolf dog. Yi Xian didn't say anything. He only followed them at a moderate pace, so Gu Nyenji didn't say anything. Anyway, it was noon, and they were walking on the campus's main road. There were students and staff coming and going, so even if Yi Xian wanted to do something bad, he wouldn't be that stupid. Was he tired of living to do something bad in front of so many people? Also, Gu Nyenji wasn't completely defenseless. She had a bottle of pepper spray, a small extendable electric baton, and a sharp knife in her bag. If possible, she really wanted to bring a gun. Of course, it was just a thought. The Hua Xia Empire prohibited guns, so it would be illegal for her to bring a gun with her. She didn't expect Yi Xian to follow them all the way to the female graduate student's dorm. Gu Nianji said to Ma Qiqi, "You go up first. Are you okay?" Ma Qiqi looked at Gu Nianji worriedly, then looked at the tall man standing under the tree in front of the building. The man had two thick black eyebrows, deep eye sockets, a high nose bridge, and thin lips. He had the appearance of a typical mixed-race person, and he was a particularly handsome mixed-race person. He didn't look like a bad person, but there was something wrong with his gaze. He stared straight at Gu Nianji like he wanted to see through her heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. Gu Nianji shook her head. "I know him. You go up first." She paused, then said, "If I'm not back in half an hour, call my phone." "Okay." Ma Qiqi agreed readily and went back to the dorm alone. Gu Nianji walked to the tree in front of the dorm and looked at Yi Xian. She said calmly, "Mr. Yi Xian, Gu Yanran isn't here. You've come to the wrong place." Yi Xian stared at her with a conflicted expression on his face. With both hands in his trouser pockets, he subconsciously stomped on the ground with one foot and very stiffly called out her name, "Gu Nianji." "Yes, you're here for me." Gu Nianji's hands were also casually in her coat pockets. Her eyes flickered as she said disdainfully, "What's the meaning of sneaking around behind us?" Yi Xian looked down awkwardly. When he looked up again, his dark hair fell across his forehead, making his deep-set eyes look even more mesmerizing. There was an indescribable attraction in his amber eyes. However, Gu Nianji didn't really appreciate his hesitant way of speaking. Birds of a feather flocked together. After spending so much time with Gu Yanran, Yi Xian had also been infected with the same womanly habits. In Gu Nianji's eyes, Yi Xian was the same kind of person as Gu Yanran. "Okay, if you have something to say, then say it. If not, please leave our school and stop following me. Otherwise, I'll call the police." Gu Nianji took out her phone and waved it. "I'm very busy. I don't have time to play riddles with you." Yi Xian's emotions were so complicated that he couldn't put them into words. He didn't even know how he got through the past few days. He was muddle-headed, just like a walking corpse. When he thought about how he might have gotten the wrong person, and not only did he not keep his promise to Uncle Gu to stay by her side for the rest of his life, take care of her, and protect her, but instead conspired with a liar to repeatedly harm her, Yi Xian felt like his insides were burning. He wanted to stab himself a few times. Gu Nianji saw that Yi Xian still had his head down and didn't speak. She also felt annoyed and said dryly, "Okay, then I'm going up." She turned to leave. Yi Xian finally reached out and grabbed her arm. He begged, "Don't go. I have something to tell you." Gu Nianji looked back with a cold expression and looked at his hand holding her arm. "Let go." Yi Xian could only let go and said, "Gu Nianji, I really have something to tell you." You really don't remember me?" Gu Nianji shook her head in amusement. "Yi Xian, is there something wrong with you? Or did Gu Yanran send you to be a lobbyist? I'm telling you, there's no need. Go back and tell her that I'm going to fight this lawsuit. I'm also going to fight for the family assets. I'll say it again. Tell her to wash her neck and wait for me to skin her." Yi Xian frowned. "You're going to fight for the family assets with her? Do you know how much Uncle Gu left behind?" "I don't know. That's why I have to fight this lawsuit." Gu Nianji spread her hands. "Of course, it's impossible to make her spit it out herself, so I have to go to court." This was the second update, and the monthly ticket had been delivered with 6,400 plus updates. Dear friends, remember to vote for me every day. 7 p.m., the third update. Chapter 809. Yi Xian glanced up at her, and a hint of mockery finally appeared on his lips. She'll reveal how much Uncle Gu has in court. Are you serious? Gu Nianji finally frowned at Yi Xian. Yi Xian, how can you say that about Gu Yanran? She's your sugar daddy. It's not right to be like this. Yi Xian had grown up and received education abroad, so he wasn't very proficient in Mandarin. He only knew how to speak and write. Gu Nianji was full of internet slang, so Yi Xian didn't understand. What sugar daddy? Like? Can you say it in English again? Gu Nianji was speechless. She raised her chin arrogantly. Sorry, my English isn't good. I can only speak Mandarin. Yi Xian chuckled. Yeah, even if your English isn't good, you can still use English to fight a lawsuit in Germany. Gu Nianji, you're indeed a bit like Gu Yanran said. You lie as soon as you open your mouth. Gu Nianji hated hearing people say good things about Gu Yanran, especially when it involved insulting her. She hated hearing it even more. She turned to leave without another word. This time, she walked so quickly and was on guard against Yi Xian grabbing her arm. By the time Yi Xian regained his senses, Gu Nianji was already a few steps away. He practically jogged to catch up to her and said, Gu Nianji, don't be so angry. Listen to me, I really have something to say to you. Gu Nianji said impatiently, you've already been blabbering for a long time. Also, I'm a liar. What do you have to say to someone like me? Hurry up and go back to your master. Don't piss me off or I'll call the police to arrest you. Yi Xian was tall and had long legs. Coupled with his jogging, he finally caught up to Gu Nianji and stopped her. He said somewhat awkwardly, Gu Nianji, let's talk. Let's go to your school's Starbucks, okay? Gu Nianji squinted at him. Yi Xian, do you really have something to talk to me about? You're not here to plead for Gu Yanran. I've never even spoken to you before. How can I plead for Gu Yanran? Yi Xian's frown deepened. Don't misunderstand me. Gu Nianji was speechless. You know what you've done. It's hard not to misunderstand. To be honest, Gu Nianji was also quite curious about Yi Xian's intentions for coming. Otherwise, she wouldn't have dealt with him for so long. Furthermore, she could sense that Yi Xian's attitude was indeed very different from before. Yi Xian, who used to be by Gu Yanran's side, saw Gu Nianji as a stranger. He would only listen to Gu Yanran. But now, when he looked at Gu Nianji, there was a hint of warmth in his eyes. He wasn't as cold and impatient as before. Furthermore, Yi Xian was one of Gu Yanran's confidants. If she could get some information from him, it would be helpful for her to prepare for the lawsuit. Gu Nianji followed Yi Xian to the Starbucks near the dorm building. It was afternoon, and there were very few people in Starbucks. A few employees sat together and gossiped, covering their mouths and laughing. Raising his head, he saw a man and a woman walking in. A female shop assistant immediately walked over and asked politely, "May I know what you would like to order?" Gu Nianji had just had a cappuccino at He Jichu's place, so she didn't really want coffee. But since they were here to talk, they had to order something to eat and drink. Gu Nianji said, "I'll have a hazelnut cake, the kind without sugar." Yi Xian ordered a Colombian black coffee. The coffee and cake were quickly served. The two of them sat by the window. There was no one around, so it was the perfect place to talk. Yi Xian stirred his coffee with a small spoon and looked down. "Gu Nianji, you really don't remember me?" Gu Nianji looked up and rolled her eyes. "Yi Xian, when do you mean?" "If it was a while ago, yes, I remember you. You were always by Gu Yanran's side." "Not a while ago, but many years ago." Yi Xian looked up at her, but he couldn't see any trace of the blurry image in his memory from her face. He used to think that the blurry image was Gu Yanran's appearance, but now he could only say that it was his wishful thinking. But was this Gu Nianji that little girl from back then? Many years ago. Gu Nianji frowned. How long is that? For example, more than 10 years ago. Yi Xian asked tentatively. Can you swim? Yes, my swimming skills are pretty good. Gu Nianji remembered how she had entered and exited the blue hole several times to save Hua Xiaoheng and Zhao Liangze. She smiled. I can also save people from the sea. Do you think I can swim? Oh. You remember. Yi Xian's gloomy face lit up. 11 years ago, you saved me in the sea. Gu Nianji was speechless. Brother, aren't you overthinking it? 11 years ago. She was only 8 years old. Of course, Gu Nianji didn't remember what happened when she was 8, but she looked at Yi Xian and asked, How old are you? Oh. What do you mean? Yi Xian didn't understand such genteel words at all. I mean how old you are. I was only 8 years old 11 years ago. How could I have saved a grown man like you? Gu Nianji impatiently propped her chin on her hand and looked out the window. Spit it out if you have something to say. I'm really busy and have classes in the afternoon. I'm only 3 years older than you. I'm 22 years old this year. 11 years ago, I accidentally fell into the sea and was saved by you. Yi Xian spoke carefully, but when he looked at Gu Nianji, he really couldn't see any similarities between her and the chubby little girl from back then. Gu Yanran's eyes even looked quite similar to that little girl's. And Gu Nianji's eyes were too big. Although they were beautiful, it was hard to imagine that the little girl with thin eyebrows and eyes would have such big eyes. Gu Nianji couldn't listen anymore and threw away the spoon she used to eat the cake. She crossed her arms and said coldly, What do you mean? Even if I saved you 11 years ago, so what? What are you trying to say? Yi Xian was lost in his memories. He looked at the black coffee in front of him and murmured, You saved me, but you became seriously ill yourself. Uncle Gu didn't let me see you. He said you were sick and would contact me when you recovered. Later, I was sent to boarding school in the United States and never saw you again. At that time, Uncle Gu didn't even tell him who had saved him and only said it was his daughter. Yi Xian didn't know his daughter's name and certainly didn't know her age. Thinking about it now, it was quite strange. Yi Xian shook his head and threw the thought to the back of his mind. He sank into his memories. At that time, he woke up from his coma and found himself in a hospital. A handsome man wearing a white coat told him that it was his daughter who had saved him, but because she had saved him, she had become ill and might have sequelae in the future. He asked if he was willing to stay with her for the rest of his life and take care of her. Yi Xian was an honest person. When he learned that the man's daughter had become ill because she had saved him and might have sequelae, his heart tightened and he agreed to the man's request without hesitation. The man's attitude toward him was much gentler. He even patted his head and said, I was just testing you. Uncle Gu was very happy that you agreed to this request, but I don't need you to take care of my daughter. I just want you to help her when she needs help in the future. Yi Xian insisted at the time, our director taught us to be honest and to do what we say. Since I promised Uncle Gu, I will definitely do it. You're still too young. The handsome man wearing the white coat rubbed his head emotionally. You have no idea what such a promise means, but as long as you're happy. The man didn't think Yi Xian would keep this harsh promise at all. But he kept it in his heart. Soon, he was sent to boarding school in the United States by the man with the surname Gu. He majored in computer technology and minored in finance and accounting. Other than Uncle Gu and Gu Yanran, no one knew that he was not only a genius in computer technology but also a good financial manager. Gu Nianji finally heard it. The handsome man in the white coat was her father, Gu Xiangwen, right? Gu Nianji's tears welled up again. She tried her best to suppress her emotions and secretly turned on the record button on her phone to start recording. This is the third watch. Dear friends, remember to vote for me every day. Good night, dear friends. Chapter 8:10. You mean, the man in the white coat is my father, Gu Xiangwen. Gu Nianji composed herself and couldn't help entering trial mode. She began interrogating Yi Xian, hoping to get more information from him. Yi Xian was still immersed in his memories and regret. He didn't dare look at Gu Nianji as he crossed his arms on the coffee table in front of him. Looking down, he nodded slightly. Yes, it's Uncle Gu. He's a very, very good person. He donates money to our orphanage every year and sponsors me to attend the most expensive boarding school in the United States. The tuition for that kind of school was sky high even for middle-class Americans, but Gu Xiangwen didn't hesitate to sponsor Yi Xian for 7 years. You went to the United States when you were 11 and only returned to Barbados when you were 18. You didn't come back even once in between. Gu Nianji asked in confusion and thought it was a bit unbelievable. Yi Xian looked up and smiled at her. His deep-set eyes squinted a bit like a certain Hollywood male celebrity with Asian ancestry. Yes, I didn't come back even once. That's not a big deal for an orphan. What did you come back for? To visit the orphanage. Yi Xian said nonchalantly. Also, my academic schedule was very full. In 7 years, I not only finished middle school and high school, but I also finished university. It was obvious where he spent his time. Gu Nianji also graduated from university at 18, so she wasn't surprised by Yi Xian's situation. She nodded and asked, Then what does my father do? Wearing a white coat. Was he a doctor? Uncle Gu was a genius. Everyone called me a genius when I was young, but I knew I couldn't even compare to one of Uncle Gu's toes. Uncle Gu began his MD and PhD studies at the age of 16. Others would take 8 years to complete, but he finished it in 3. After that, he worked as a resident doctor for 2 years and became interested in physics. He applied for a PhD in physics from the top-ranked MIT at the age of 20 and graduated in only 3 years. After he got his PhD in physics, he went to Harvard University to get his PhD in biology. He was only 27 when he received all 3 PhDs from world-class universities. Yi Xian's face was full of admiration when he talked about Gu Xiangwen. His eyes almost sparkled. Gu Nianji also became more excited as she listened. This kind of scholar was the same as her. She was even more certain that she was Gu Xiangwen's biological daughter. How could Gu Yanran be Gu Xiangwen's biological daughter? Don't let her dream too beautifully. Gu Nianji couldn't help but laugh. My father is so amazing, but why did Gu Yanran go to a butler school? Yi Xian froze. Gu Yanran studied at a butler school. Yeah, you don't know. If you don't believe me, you can ask her yourself. Gu Nianji spread her palms. She didn't want to waste time on irrelevant people, so she changed the topic and asked excitedly, Then what kind of person is my father? I've always heard you say that he's very capable, that he's very good at studying, and that he has many inventions and patents. But what kind of person is he? Do you have a picture of him? Gu Nianji had a strong desire to see what her father looked like. There was no need to mention the person in a vegetative state on the hospital bed. Gu Nianji was now 100% sure that that person wasn't her father, Gu Xiangwen. However, she had used different methods to search for Gu Xiangwen, as well as Kevin Ku. She knew that he had published many papers in academic journals, but none of the journals had published his picture. Gu Nianji had never seen a person who had achieved so much and yet managed to hide it so well. Why was that? Gu Nianji couldn't understand. She looked at Yi Xian eagerly, wanting to get more information about Gu Xiangwen from him. She didn't want to know only the dry labels attached to him, such as a scholar, a great inventor, or an invisible tycoon. Yi Xian stared at Gu Nianji's large, bright eyes. Her eyes were so dark they shone like the brilliant night sky. He only needed to reach out and grasp them, and he would be able to grasp a hand full of starlight. The adoration and childish admiration on her face infected Yi Xian, and his voice involuntarily softened. Uncle Gu is a very good person. He is gentle, generous, kind, and tolerant. I have never seen anyone better than him. He loves his daughter the most, and I have never seen a father who loves his daughter more than him. It's a pity. Yi Xian's mood quickly sank when he thought of the man on the hospital bed who had changed beyond recognition. He looked down and took out a wallet from his pocket. He took out a 4-inch photo from the compartment where he kept his driver's license. Uncle Gu doesn't like to take photos. This is the only photo I have with Uncle Gu. Gu Nianji's heart was about to jump out of her throat. She took the photo from Yi Xian with trembling hands. The first thing she noticed was that the photo had been taken with a disposable Polaroid camera. The photo paper was a bit old, but the quality was still good. The color hadn't faded, but the color wasn't very bright either. It couldn't be compared to the high-fidelity photo paper of today. As for the smiling man in the photo, Gu Nianji covered her mouth as tears flowed uncontrollably down her fair cheeks and dripped onto the photo. She quickly wiped them with a tissue and used her fingers to caress the tall man in the photo. He was wearing a light brown trench coat. His eyes weren't big, but they were very deep and black. His hair was thick and neatly combed. His tall nose bridge was exactly the same as Gu Nianji's. His jaw was square, and the corners of his lips curled up slightly. His eyes revealed a faint smile that was as warm as the sun. It was obvious at a glance that he was a very tolerant and magnanimous man. He rested one hand on the shoulder of the young boy beside him and smiled quietly at the camera. His smile was so infectious that Gu Nianji could turn her tears into a smile even through the photo paper. She wiped her tears with the back of her hand and reluctantly returned the photo to Yi Xian. Looking up, Yi Xian felt a sharp pain in his heart when he saw her teary eyes. He pushed the photo back and said, "This is a photo of your father. You can keep it." Yi Xian also carefully looked at Gu Nianji and discovered that although her eyes weren't like Gu Xiangwen's, her nose was exactly the same as Gu Xiangwen's. It was straight and elegant, but because Gu Nianji was a woman, she was more elegant. Gu Xiangwen was a man, so he was handsome and full of heroic spirit. Gu Nianji shook her head. "This is a souvenir that my father left for you. How can I take it? But if you don't object, I'll retake it, okay?" This photo was taken with a disposable camera, so there was no negative. Gu Nianji pressed pause on the recording button on her phone and took out the camera on her phone. She aimed it at the photo and used the highest definition mode to take several consecutive shots. Only then did Yi Xian put the photo back in his wallet. Gu Nianji used her phone to edit the photo and cropped out Yi Xian's image from the photo, leaving only Gu Xiangwen. Then she found a photo of herself holding a doll when she was 12 years old and cut out herself. She photoshopped it to where Yi Xian was standing, right beside Gu Xiangwen. The 12-year-old Gu Nianji was about the same height as the 11-year-old Yi Xian. This way, Gu Xiangwen's hand looked like it was resting on her shoulder, and the remade photo was strangely harmonious. It was as if the father and daughter had really taken a photo like this before. The 7 years between the two of them suddenly disappeared, and Gu Nianji felt like she had returned to her father's side. She had heard Yi Xian say that the father who loved his daughter the most, while Gu Nianji was busy working on the photo, Yi Xian also quietly watched from the side. He was a bit surprised by Gu Nianji's proficiency with the Photoshop software, but the final product she made was practically flawless. Even he, who was familiar with Yuan Zhao's photos, couldn't see any flaws. "Are you only interested in this photo?" Yi Xian's fingers lightly tapped on the coffee table. "There's something even more important that you don't want to know." Gu Nianji didn't even look up as she said, "This is the most important thing." "What else is more important than this?" Yi Xian was very emotional. It turned out that Uncle Gu's daughter really had the same personality as him. Gu Yanran was completely different. He had realized it before but didn't think too much about it. He only felt pity for Uncle Gu and strengthened his resolve and belief to stay by her side. Because she was so stupid, without his help, who knew how much of the Gu family's wealth would have been swindled out of them? Now that the truth was out, he was happy that Uncle Gu had a successor, but he also felt embarrassed and heartbroken for his own stupidity. Gu Nianji treasured the photo and saved it, then encrypted it and locked it in the photo album on her phone. Yi Xian also took out his phone and opened an encrypted file to send to Gu Nianji's phone. Gu Nianji heard a text message on her phone and opened it to see that it was actually an encrypted file sent by Yi Xian. She couldn't help but ask in surprise, "How did you know my phone number?" Yi Xian looked down at the phone and said dryly, "Gu Yanran told me." Although Yi Xian felt guilty towards Gu Nianji and hoped that she could get back what belonged to her, the care and affection he had invested in Gu Yanran over the years was not fake. He couldn't bring himself to betray her completely at once, so he still hid what Gu Yanran had done during Gu Nianji's trip to Germany. He knew that if he revealed this, Gu Nianji wouldn't just be fighting an inheritance lawsuit with Gu Yanran. Instead, she would be fighting for her life. Gu Nianji's fingers lightly tapped on the phone and asked, "What's the password for the file?" "What kind of file is this?" Yi Xian told her the password and said, "This is the inventory of the Gu family's assets. You can use it as a reference." Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat. She quickly looked up at Yi Xian. Her eyes were as bright as stars, and Yi Xian looked away in shame. Gu Nianji first checked for poison before opening the file. It was a text file that listed Gu Xiangwen's bank accounts, investment accounts, real estate, antiques, and patent lists. There were hundreds of safety deposit boxes rented from major banks, and she didn't know what was in them. There were also some holding companies registered in the Cayman Islands. The complicated ownership relationships fully guaranteed the privacy of the largest shareholder. No wonder they couldn't find any clues about Gu Xiangwen. The total estimated value of all these assets was as high as $10 billion 4 years ago. What kind of concept was $10 billion? Apple, the company with the highest market value on the entire Blue Star, had $70 billion of free cash flow on its books. It was already more than the cash that the entire US government could freely use. Yet Gu Xiangwen was able to own 1/7 of Apple's liquid assets in just over 20 years on her own. It was truly astounding. However, Gu Yanran's generosity was also very shocking. In just 7 years, she had squandered or sold nearly $7 billion of assets. What kind of squandering speed was this? Gu Nianji felt her breathing quicken. She gripped her phone tightly as her mind quickly recalled all the past events related to Gu Yanran. She thought about how she couldn't even bear to donate to charity and wasn't afraid of losing face when she went back on her word. She thought about how she spent money for Prime Minister Tan and his wife to make up for the deficit, and the speed at which she sold all kinds of patents. Gu Nianji gradually understood. She angrily slammed the table. This be *TCH. She actually transferred the assets long ago. This was the first watch. There were 2 watches today. Dear friends, remember to vote for her every day. The second watch at 7 p.m. O. ___. O. Chapter 8:11. Transferring assets. Yi Xian froze and looked down at the list on his phone. No way. How could you tell? He only thought Gu Yanran was stupid and might have lost more in the transaction. But transferring assets? That was impossible. Gu Nianji was prejudiced against Gu Yanran, so of course she thought about the worst. She carefully looked at the time of the assets being sold and had a sudden realization. In the past 7 years, the situation for the first 3 years was considered normal. The inflow of assets was greater than the outflow, and overall, they earned more than they spent. The key turning point was 4 years ago. Starting 4 years ago, the outflow of assets under Gu Xiangwen's name was far greater than the inflow. They were sold, squandered, and donated large amounts to a charity organization called Angels on Earth. Yi Xian explained, I helped Gu Yanran manage the assets, but she was the one making the decisions, so I couldn't overstep my authority. I could only give her advice on the key issues. As for what to do, it was still up to her. Gu Nianji believed Yi Xian's words. In front of Gu Yanran, Yi Xian was only her little wolf dog. She wouldn't give him too much attention. But with Gu Yanran's intelligence, could she really make such a systematic move to transfer assets? Gu Nianji pondered and asked Yi Xian, tell me honestly, what role did you play in the Gu assets? If you really used your financial management talents, how could the Gu assets have shrunk by more than half in the past 4 years? Yi Xian smiled bitterly. I majored in computers and minored in finance, so after I came back, Gu Yanran made me the computer supervisor. Actually, when it comes to finance, Gu Yanran has other specialized financial advisors and legal advisors. The person she consulted when it came to managing her assets was never me. When he learned of Gu Xiangwen's accident, he immediately stopped his master's degree to rush back to help Gu Yanran. That was 3 years ago. It had actually been 4 years since Gu Xiangwen's accident. That day, when he returned to Barbados, he saw the man in a vegetative state lying on the hospital bed, who was as shriveled as a skeleton. He could not recognize him at all. Uncle Gu, who was even more handsome than a male celebrity, had once been a dashing man. His heart ached as he knelt by the bed and cried bitterly. He swore to stay by his daughter's side. At that moment, Gu Yanran appeared and told him many things from the past, as well as the bits and pieces of their conversations. Only then did he confirm that she was the daughter Uncle Gu had mentioned and the little girl who had saved him all those years ago. He hadn't expected her to be 3 years older than him, but Gu Yanran had said that she had always been thinner than her peers, so he didn't suspect anything. However, Gu Yanran also told him that Gu Xiangwen had an adopted daughter, Gu Nianji, who went missing on the day of Gu Xiangwen's plane crash. Yi Xian hadn't paid any attention to his adopted daughter, Gu Nianji. There was no reason for him to waste time on a foster daughter who had already disappeared. All along, Gu Xiangwen had only asked him to take care of his daughter. He had never mentioned that he had an adopted daughter. In Yi Xian's opinion, the daughter Gu Xiangwen mentioned must be his biological daughter. It should be Gu Yanran. Now that he knew he had made a mistake, there was no turning back. However, even though he wasn't Gu Yanran's investment consultant, he was the computer supervisor and also the financial supervisor. He recorded the time of every transaction and the direction of the inflow and outflow of funds in detail and compiled them into this financial list. Gu Nianji held the document and knew that this was the key to the estate dispute. She was very grateful to Yi Xian. She looked around and asked quietly, "Aren't you afraid that Gu Yanran will fall out with you for telling me all this information?" "I've already fallen out with her," Yi Xian said calmly as he lowered his head to take a sip of black coffee. "I have nothing to do with her anymore." Gu Nianji looked at Yi Xian in surprise and said sympathetically, "You broke up with her?" Yi Xian looked at Gu Nianji's clear eyes and suddenly felt extremely dirty. However, he didn't hide anything from Gu Nianji. His expression was wooden as he said dryly, "I was only one of her bedmates. There was no such thing as a breakup." Gu Nianji clicked her tongue and didn't know what to say. Was Gu Yanran raising a boy toy? Did she see herself as a queen or empress dowager? Gu Nianji pouted disapprovingly and said to Yi Xian, "You don't have to be sad. The bad doesn't go away, and the good won't come. In the future, find a good girl to marry and have children with, and let Gu Yanran see you live happily. That's the greatest revenge for her." Yi Xian smiled and pointed at Gu Nianji's phone. I thought that was the greatest revenge. He was referring to the list of the Gu assets that he had sent to Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji smiled meaningfully. Yes, this is indeed the greatest revenge. Gu Yanran will definitely bleed a lot this time. After they finished talking about business, they fell into silence again. After all, they weren't familiar with each other, so it was impossible for them to talk too much. It was already very good that their first conversation had ended like this. Gu Nianji finished eating the cake, and Yi Xian also finished his coffee. They stood up at the same time. Sorry to disturb you today. Yi Xian nodded slightly at Gu Nianji and handed her a business card. You can find me if you need anything in the future. This is a software company that I opened myself. It specializes in making antivirus software. Gu Nianji accepted it and smiled. Then I'll have to congratulate you on making a lot of money. Thank you. Yi Xian looked at Gu Nianji and couldn't help asking after a while, where do you plan to go after graduation? If you want to go to the United States, I can go prepare first. Gu Nianji. Why did Yi Xian need to prepare where she would go after graduation? Seeing Gu Nianji's confused expression, Yi Xian calmly explained, I promised Uncle Gu that I would stay by your side and take care of you for the rest of my life. Gu Nianji's lips twitched, and her mind was in a mess. Yi Xian, you don't have to be like this. Didn't you say that my father was only testing you? He didn't want you for the rest of your life. Talking to a stranger about the rest of his life was too illogical. Gu Nianji walked out of the door disapprovingly. Yi Xian followed her out and followed her all the way to the dormitory. He looked at her with determination and said, Don't feel pressured. I will be more loyal to you than Gu Yanran. I was wrong once, so I hope you can give me a chance to redeem myself. It's better for me to be by your side than to be alone. No matter what, you can ask me to do it. Yi Xian, do you want me to tell the truth? Gu Nianji patted her chest and said seriously, You really scared me. You're talking like you're my slave. I don't care if Gu Yanran treats you like a slave or not. I definitely won't. My father adopted you and paid for your education because he wanted you to help me when I needed it. You've already done it, so you don't have to stay by my side. You have your own life and your own lifetime to live. Yi Xian looked at Gu Nianji's serious expression and smiled slowly. His gaze was firm, and his handsome face was very moving. He said calmly, I promised Uncle Gu to take care of you for the rest of your life. Even if it's a minute or a second less, it's not a lifetime. This person was really stubborn. Gu Nianji's expression turned serious. Yi Xian, do you think that it's my honor to have you by my side for the rest of my life? That I have to accept it? Yi Xian froze. That's not what I meant. But that's what you're showing. Gu Nianji hardened her heart, and a fierce expression appeared in her eyes. Yi Xian, Gu Nianji, am also very picky. Even if you're willing to stay, I still have to be willing to take you. Yi Xian looked at her in shock. After a while, he looked up at the sky and smiled cleanly. Gu Nianji, do you think that I also want to be your bed partner? Of course, if you need it, I definitely won't refuse. Gu Nianji's face instantly turned red. She stomped her foot. I don't need a little wolf puppy. You can find someone else to be a little wolf puppy. Little wolf puppy. Yi Xian grabbed Gu Nianji's arm. A fierce expression also appeared on his face. You said that to me last time, and I haven't gotten even with you yet. I'm no one's little wolf puppy. Even if I am, I'm still a wolf. Not a dog. Gu Nianji pursed her lips. She really wanted to retort, but she remembered that she wasn't familiar with Yi Xian, so she held back. Also, she had always been a very cautious person. The only person she had ever trusted wholeheartedly in her life was Hu Xiaoheng. Yi Xian wouldn't be her little wolf puppy. Even if he were to be her guard dog, it would take a long time to prove that he was worthy of Gu Nianji's trust. Gu Nianji waved her arm and said angrily, "Let go. Don't make the gratitude I had for you disappear." Yi Xian refused to let go. He still held on to her arm, but before he could say anything, they heard the sound of a car horn nearby. It was very noisy. Gu Nianji looked up to see that it was actually a shiny black Mercedes-Benz SUV. It was Hua Xiaoheng's car. This was the second watch. There were 2 watches today. Dear friends, remember to vote for me every day. And monthly votes. Just poke the underlined recommendation votes and monthly votes, and you can vote. Forgot to change it. Chapter 8:12. Although no one got out of the car, the sound of the car horn was like a warning and a reminder. Yi Xian didn't turn around. He didn't know whose car it was, but he also understood that it was inappropriate for him to act like this in front of the girls' dormitory. Slowly releasing Gu Nianji's arm, Yi Xian frowned and said icily, "I'm just fulfilling my promise to Uncle Gu. Don't overthink it. You're not my type at all." With that, he turned around and left. He passed by Hua Xiaoheng's car without looking sideways at all. She didn't know if he recognized whose car it was. Gu Nianji shook her arms and silently cursed, "Psycho." Then she looked at Hua Xiaoheng's SUV. Yi Xian quickly walked far away, his figure disappearing on the sidewalk. Hua Xiaoheng sat in the car and only got out of the car when he received news from a member of the Special Operations Forces that Yi Xian had already left the B University campus. Leaning against the car door with his hands in his trouser pockets, he narrowed his eyes and looked at Gu Nianji, who was standing on the steps of the dormitory building with a faint, relaxed smile. Gu Nianji originally thought she had guessed wrong and that the person in the car wasn't Hua Xiaoheng because no one got out after waiting for a long time. Just as she was about to turn to leave, she saw the car door open and Hua Xiaoheng's long legs stride out. She watched as he stood in front of the car and closed the door behind him. Then he leaned against the door and nodded at her. Gu Nianji hesitated for a moment before walking down the steps to stand in front of Hua Xiaoheng. She looked up at him and said, "Hua Xiao, you saw everything. Yi Xian came to find me." He didn't tell Gu Nianji that as soon as he received news of Yi Xian's appearance at B University, he rushed over from the base as fast as lightning. He only revealed a steady smile and said, "Why did he come to see you? Is it for Gu Yanran?" Gu Nianji thought that what Yi Xian told her must be very important to Hua Xiaoheng and the others. After all, it involved all of Gu Xiangwen's patents, especially those related to the military. Lowering her head, she took out her phone from her pocket and forwarded the list of the Gu assets that Yi Xian had sent her to Hua Xiaoheng. "He gave this to me. I think you guys need it more." Hua Xiaoheng felt his phone vibrate. He took it out and looked at it. His heart skipped a beat. He tapped on the screen a few times and roughly read the content. "He gave this to you. Can he be trusted? It should be believable. Because I can't think of a reason why he would mislead me about this." Gu Nianji shrugged. "Okay, anything else? If not, I'm leaving." Hua Xiaoheng put away his phone and continued to ask, "That's it? He came to you today just to give you this list?" "Yeah." Gu Nianji thought about it and decided to tell him about the photo. "Right, he also gave me a photo of him and my dad when he was young. This is my first time seeing what my father looks like." Remembering that Hua Xiaoheng and the others were still investigating Gu Xiangwen's whereabouts, Gu Nianji felt that it would be more helpful for them to archive the photos. Gu Xiangwen's photo. Hua Xiaoheng was stunned again. Yi Xian actually has a photo of Gu Xiangwen. They had searched all over the world but could not find a single photo of Gu Xiangwen that had been published. Gu Nianji opened the photo album on her phone and showed Hua Xiaoheng the photo she had taken of Yi Xian and Gu Xiangwen together. Of course, she was too embarrassed to show him the photoshopped photo. Send me one. Just as Gu Nianji thought, this was a very important clue. Hua Xiaoheng straightened and was very cautious. Okay. Gu Nianji immediately forwarded it to Hua Xiaoheng. Seeing that he was staring at the photo, she said happily, "Isn't my dad very handsome? I've never seen a man more handsome than him." Hua Xiaoheng snorted and didn't comment. However, even by Hua Xiaoheng's standards, he had to admit that Gu Xiangwen was indeed very handsome. Moreover, it was the kind of eye-catching handsomeness that was much better looking than many celebrities. However, Hua Xiaoheng's brows furrowed imperceptibly. Then he searched through the photo album on his phone and found the photo of the Gu family of 4 that he had taken at the Gu's Island villa in the Caribbean Sea. He passed it to Gu Nianji. "Take a look. Who is this?" Gu Nianji leaned over and glanced at Hua Xiaoheng's hand. Her pupils suddenly contracted. This photo was obviously a family portrait of a family of 4. A gentle and elegant man and a quiet and gentle woman sat in the middle. There were 2 girls standing next to them. The older girl was about 16 or 17 years old, and the younger girl was about 11 years old. The older girl was obviously Gu Yanran because her current appearance was not much different from when she was 16 or 17 years old. Gu Nianji could recognize her at a glance. However, the younger girl was definitely herself from 7 years ago. The quiet and gentle woman sitting had a round face and slender eyes. They were the standard almond-shaped eyes and 2 curved eyebrows. She did look somewhat similar to Gu Nianji when she was young. Could this woman be her mother? Gu Nianji's gaze also became fervent. The man sitting next to the woman was very elegant. If one looked closely, they would notice that this person's expression seemed to be somewhat similar to Gu Nianji's. He seemed to be smiling even when he wasn't speaking, giving people the feeling of a spring breeze. "Who is this man?" Gu Nianji asked curiously. "What about this woman? Could she be my mother?" Hua Xiaoheng placed the photo on her phone next to the family portrait on his phone. He compared them and said, "I originally thought that the man in this photo was your father, Gu Xiangwen, and the woman was your mother, Grace." "Oh. How is that possible? My father is definitely not this person. That person is my father." Gu Nianji pointed at the handsome man in the photo with Yi Xian and said resolutely. To be honest, the man in the family portrait of 4 people was gentle and elegant. He was also quite good-looking. Of course, he wasn't as eye-catching as the man in the photo with Yi Xian. Gu Nianji was obsessed with voices, but she was even more obsessed with looks. She was used to looking at faces, so she was certain that the man in the photo with Yi Xian was her father, Gu Xiangwen. Hua Xiaoheng knew about this bad habit of hers, but he didn't think there was a need to correct it. She had higher standards, so he wouldn't have to worry too much. Because she refused to admit that the man in the family portrait of 4 people was her father, Gu Nianji also refused to admit that the woman was her mother. Although she didn't have any evidence and was only relying on her intuition. Hua Xiaoheng looked down and carefully compared the 2 photos. He didn't speak for a while. Gu Nianji was anxious. She was worried that Hua Xiaoheng would think that the man in the family portrait of 4 people was her father. She didn't care about being embarrassed and took out her photoshopped photo. "Look, this person's nose is exactly the same as mine. From his appearance, this man should be my father as well." Hua Xiaoheng finally saw Gu Nianji's photoshopped photo. He glanced at her and was slightly moved. His deep voice softened. "Yeah, I also think that the man in Yi Xian's photo should be your father, Gu Xiangwen." Ever since Hua Xiaoheng confirmed that the time he and Gu Yanran were in danger in Barbados, it was very likely that Gu Yanran had directed and acted on her own. He began to have doubts about all the evidence from that time, including this family photo. In order to not cause Gu Nianji any trouble, he didn't take it out. Until Yi Xian took out a photo with Gu Xiangwen. This photo also confirmed Hu Xiaoheng's suspicions. That family portrait of 4 people was deliberately placed there for him to see, but he didn't want to jump to conclusions for the time being. Gu Nianji breathed a sigh of relief, but a new question quickly surged in her mind. She looked at Hu Xiaoheng suspiciously. Where did you get this photo? Because Gu Yanran was in it, Gu Nianji immediately asked, did Gu Yanran give it to you? To a certain extent, it was indeed arranged by Gu Yanran. Hu Xiaoheng thought about it for a while and nodded. Sort of. Yes means yes, no means no. What do you mean by sort of? Gu Nianji asked anxiously. She finally had a new lead, so she didn't want to give it up. Hu Xiaoheng briefly recounted the time when he was in danger with Gu Yanran in Barbados. Gu Nianji knew that Hu Xiaoheng had stayed on the island with Gu Yanran because of that. She had felt sour at the time. But now that she heard about it again, she realized that she actually didn't feel sour at all. She only sighed. So that's how it is. She really planned this. Everything was connected. Whether it was transferring assets or arranging all kinds of props to prove her identity, it didn't seem like Gu Yanran's doing. Gu Nianji gripped her phone and frowned as she paced back and forth in front of Hu Xiaoheng. She mused. I think there's someone behind Gu Yanran. Someone was helping her plan to seize the property of the Gu family with a purpose. Hu Xiao, did you know? Gu Yanran even started transferring assets 4 years ago. Tell me, she's clearly already the eldest daughter of the Gu family. Also, before she saw me again, what reason did she have to transfer assets? At that time, the Gu assets were hers to begin with. Why would she take the risk? Hu Xiaoheng nodded and said honestly, I originally thought the person behind her was Yi Xian. But from the way Yi Xian came to confess to you today, Yi Xian doesn't seem like someone who could help Gu Yanran transfer the Gu assets. Yi Xian is very loyal to my father. He's protecting the Gu family, not someone from the Gu family. Gu Nianji understood this very well. It's a pity that he's been with Gu Yanran for so long. Gu Yanran has led him astray and reduced him to the position of a servant. I think that's definitely not my father's original intention of paying for his education. Looking at Gu Nianji's serious little face, Hu Xiaoheng's eyes became solemn. He said calmly, yeah, so does that mean he'll have to follow you from now on? You can help him correct his values. This was the first watch. With the pod lid on, it was still the second watch. Dear friends, remember to vote for me every day. The second watch at 7 p.m. Chapter 8:13. What do you mean follow me? I don't want a puppy. Gu Nianji pouted and looked nonchalant. Hu Xiaoheng raised his eyebrows in surprise and said sarcastically, you want to raise a puppy? What great ambitions. Gu Nianji clenched her fists and was about to get angry but quickly calmed down. She gave a half smile and said, you flatter me. When I plan to raise a puppy, I'll definitely let Mr. Hu know. Then she turned to leave. Hu Xiaoheng quickly grabbed her arm and leaned forward to whisper in her ear, Mrs. Hu, even if you want to raise a puppy, you have to wait 3 years. Gu Nianji didn't look back. She grunted and said calmly, I'll think about it. She broke free from Hu Xiaoheng's hand and quickly walked to the dorm elevator. Hu Xiaoheng looked down and lit a cigarette. He put it to his lips and took a puff. He crossed his arms and leaned against the car door, quietly watching Gu Nianji's back disappear into the elevator. There was a mysterious smile on his face as he quietly finished his cigarette in front of Gu Nianji's dorm before getting in the car and leaving. Gu Nianji returned to the dorm and didn't have much time to think about what Hu Xiaoheng had just said. Her attention was completely occupied by the photo and information Yi Xian had given her. She looked at the photoshopped photo all night until she was sure she had memorized the man's face. Only then did she put the photo into an encrypted photo album and lock it away. Then she began to verify the Gu assets inventory that Yi Xian had given her. She also planned the next stage of her court defense strategy. Gu Yanran fell into a state of anxiety after returning from the first trial. She questioned Jean Wani over and over again. "Lawyer Jean, how could you agree to their conditions without permission? You didn't even ask me." Jean Wani raised her eyebrows and said unhappily, "Miss Gu, we signed a full agency agreement. I'm your representative lawyer, so you must listen to me when it comes to legal matters. But if my father didn't do any adoption paperwork, then wouldn't we be trapped by her?" Gu Yanran frowned, her eyes very sharp. "If we can't produce it when the time comes, then it'll be our fault. Lawyer Jean, tell me, how could you put me in such a situation?" This was indeed Jean Wani's mistake. Although she didn't want to face it, she had to admit that Gu Nianji was indeed more skilled. Jean Wani thought for a while with a sullen face. She leaned back in her office chair and said in a low voice, "Miss Gu, tell me the truth. Does your father have an official adoption document? If you do, just take it out." Jean Wani thought that Gu Yanran deliberately said that Gu Nianji didn't have formal adoption procedures in order to monopolize all of the Gu's assets. Gu Yanran choked and sat down in frustration. "As far as I know, there really isn't." "Really? This is going to be difficult." Jean Wani held her pen and tapped it on the notebook in front of her. Her mind was racing for a solution. If we tell the court that we can't produce official adoption documents, then the court won't treat her as an adopted daughter. Instead, they'll deal with her according to the Barbados government's identity documents. Actually, that way, regardless of whether she's an adopted daughter or not, she'll still get a share of the Gu fortune. Gu Yanran propped her head up with her hand and leaned back on the sofa. Her eyes wandered as she thought about how this Jean Wani was indeed too incompetent. If when Shi was here, she would definitely be able to help her think of the best solution. However, when Shi had even given up her lawyer's license from the largest law firm in the United States and returned to her hometown. What a pity, she thought about when Shi and sighed softly. Jean Wani thought about it for a long time and felt that she had been completely misled by Gu Yanran during the first trial. She suppressed the unhappiness in her heart and warned herself not to go against money. She looked up at Gu Yanran again. Jean Wani had already recovered her standard professional smile. She said amiably, "Miss Gu, why don't you give me the contact information of your father's lawyer? I'll contact him and see if he has legal adoption documents or a will or something like that." Gu Yanran slowly looked up at her. A hint of caution flashed across her eyes. "I'll contact the lawyer. Lawyer Jean, please help me get the official extension documents that the court needs first." Jean Wani could tell that Gu Yanran was wary of her, but she still smiled and nodded. "Okay, then I'll wait for the good news." In reality, Jean Wani had already given up on the idea of making a fuss about Gu Nianji's adoption documents. From Gu Yanran's behavior, Gu Nianji was basically Gu Xiangwen's adopted daughter. However, Jean Wani was too embarrassed to take out the legal documents. That would be a complete slap in the face. Therefore, she could pretend to get by. Even if she couldn't produce the adoption documents, she would still have to fight the estate dispute lawsuit. Therefore, Jean Wani began to prepare for the next step. She asked Gu Yanran, "Oh right, can Miss Gu give me a copy of the inventory of the Gu fortune? That way, I'll be able to answer Gu Nianji's questions in court." This item had to be handed over, but what kind of inventory would be handed over would depend on Gu Yanran's mood. After leaving Jean Wani's office, Gu Yanran got into her private car with a heavy heart. She rubbed her phone and pondered for a long time. Finally, she ordered the driver to stop the car and went to a convenience store by the road. Borrowing the convenience store's landline, she called a number that she thought she would never have to call. The phone rang for a long time before it was picked up. Gu Yanran quickly told the person what had happened to her recently. There was a moment of silence on the other side. Then, a woman yelled, "Gu Yanran, you piece of trash. Please help me one last time." Gu Yanran didn't get angry no matter how the other person yelled at her. "I've been poor for a long time. Gu Yanran, I think I've already done enough for you." The person on the other side actually refused to help. Gu Yanran was silent for a while before saying, "I don't want to force you, but if I lose the lawsuit, Gu Nianji will become the richest person in the world. Also, I won't be able to resist telling others what you've done. Are you threatening me?" "I wouldn't dare. But even a dog will jump over a wall when it's desperate, let alone a person." Gu Yanran calmed down and grabbed the person's weakness to think of a solution. After the person yelled at her, although she wasn't happy, she still gave her a few suggestions. Gu Yanran felt enlightened all of a sudden. After the call, Gu Yanran returned to her apartment in the third ring road of the imperial capital. Her mood was obviously much better. She hummed a tune and changed her clothes. She wrapped a towel around her head, wore an apron, and put on sleeves. She happily cleaned the apartment inside and out. Whenever she was in a good or bad mood, she liked to clean. It was a rather strange way for her to relieve stress. The call just now had indeed relieved a lot of her stress. No matter how difficult a task was, it was a piece of cake when it came to that person. There were still differences in people's abilities. Jean Wani's lawyer was really too lousy. Compared to that person, she couldn't even compare to her pinky finger. By the time she finished cleaning up her apartment, it was already dark. Gu Yanran took another shower and ordered a table of Japanese takeout from a 4-star Michelin restaurant in the imperial capital. She also opened a bottle of red wine from Bordeaux. She lit candles on the dining table, and piano music floated in the living room. There was also a bouquet of roses near the door. Gu Yanran looked at everything proudly. Snapping her fingers, she called Yi Xian. "Xian, have you had dinner? Come and eat with me. I've prepared your favorite Japanese Kobe steak and French Bordeaux red wine." Gu Yanran's raspy voice was teasing and seductive. Yi Xian had never been able to resist her charm. The breathing on the other side of the phone suddenly became heavy. Gu Yanran looked at herself in the mirror and smiled regretfully. This was such a cute little wolf puppy. She wanted to give him one last chance. "Xian, come. Let's forget our past unhappiness and get back together. As long as you come, we'll register our marriage tomorrow." Gu Yanran continued to seduce Yi Xian. She thought about it. No matter what, as long as Yi Xian was still on her side, she wouldn't lose. That person had also said that if Yi Xian could be won over, then she had to settle it immediately. Because he knew too much about her. It was the second watch. Dear friends, remember to vote for me every day. Wax. Oh, intersection_intersection, oh. Chapter 8:14. Gu Yanran stood in her apartment and looked at the mess. She took 2 deep breaths to calm herself down. Then, she carefully recalled the advice the person on the phone had given her. She was worried that she couldn't remember when she called, so she suggested writing it down with a pen or recording it on her phone. However, the person on the phone was very cautious and warned her that it was safest to remember it in her head. Whether it was written with a pen or recorded on her phone or on her computer, it would leave traces. And once these traces were left, it would be discovered by others. In the end, the person repeatedly reminded her that she was in the Xia Empire, not abroad. She must never underestimate the capabilities of those people here, especially Gu Nianji's boyfriend, Xiaoheng. However, when Gu Yanran casually told the person that Xiaoheng had broken up with Gu Nianji, the person was not happy. Instead, she was dumbfounded. After a long pause, she said, "Don't contact me again." Then she hung up in a hurry. Gu Yanran thought she had disconnected, so she quickly called again to explain and ask why she couldn't contact her again. But this time, she could no longer hear the sound of the phone ringing. All she heard was, "The number you have dialed does not exist. Please dial the full number. Thank you for your cooperation." Gu Yanran's heart sank. It seemed like the person had really cut off the connection between them. She had also suspected this number before because it wasn't a valid number at all. She had checked all the yellow books in the world, but there was no international number that only dialed a 4-digit number. When she first dialed the number, she had her suspicions. However, when the call connected, she was relieved. But now, she couldn't get through to the number anymore. In this life, only after she became good friends with this person 4 years ago, did her life truly flourish. Unfortunately, it was only for 4 years. In the future, she could only rely on herself. Gu Yanran closed her eyes and went over her plan again and again in her mind. She only opened her eyes and walked to the bathroom when she was sure that every detail had been done according to the person's requirements. Gu Yanran went to the bathroom and looked at her increasingly beautiful face in the mirror. Suddenly, she raised her hand and slapped herself hard until half of her face was swollen. Gu Yanran woke up before dawn the next day. Lifting the blankets, she looked at her body. The red marks from yesterday had already turned purple. Very good. She hurriedly got up and went to the bathroom. When she saw her face in the mirror was still swollen and deformed, she smiled slightly. His smile affected the swollen half of his face, making him look somewhat ferocious. After breakfast, Gu Yanran waited for a while. When it was 7 o'clock, she covered her face with an exaggeratedly glaring Hermes blue and purple scarf. She put on an oversized cashmere sweater, cashmere skinny pants, flats, and a large flat jade bracelet on her wrist. She didn't put on any makeup, took the transparent folder she had prepared the night before, and left the house just like that. She drove around Imperial Capital as if she was looking for her way. After an hour, she finally arrived at the office building of Yi Xian's new company at 8 o'clock. Yi Xian's new company made antivirus software. The company was called Virtual Vaccine, which meant that his company would be the nemesis of all computer viruses. There was no computer virus that his company couldn't cure. This company was located in the high-tech park in the 4th Ring Road of Imperial Capital. There were many similar small and medium-sized internet and software companies there, as well as one of the top 3 internet giants in the country, Chengdu Search. This high-tech park wasn't far from the B University campus. Gu Yanran thought of this and smirked. Yi Xian's company rented the 17th and 18th floors of this office building. This was the time when the employees of all the major companies in the office building were going to work. An endless stream of men and women walked in through the main doors and into the elevators. Putting on her Prada floating cloud sunglasses, Gu Yanran walked to the lobby of Yi Xian's company with great elegance. She politely said to the receptionist on the first floor, "Hello, my name is Gu Yanran. I'm here to see the boss of Virtual Vaccine, Mr. Yi." This company was newly opened by Yi Xian. Gu Yanran had never been here before, and Yi Xian didn't have the habit of exaggerating his private life in front of others. Therefore, no one there recognized her. The receptionist thought Gu Yanran was here for business, so she quickly asked, "May I ask if you have an appointment?" Gu Yanran took off her sunglasses and smiled at the receptionist. Her voice was gentle. "No. But I'm very familiar with Mr. Yi. When he left my house this morning, he forgot a document, so I brought it to him." As she spoke, Gu Yanran raised her hand to show the receptionist the translucent folder in her hand. "That young and talented Mr. Yi left her house this morning." The receptionist's eyes widened. Based on Gu Yanran's seemingly vague words, she instantly imagined many erotic scenes. Her attitude immediately became respectful. Please wait for a moment. I'll call Mr. Ye's office. The internal line quickly reached Yi Xian's secretary. He had worked for Yi Xian for a few years and had some understanding of his private life. He vaguely knew that Yi Xian had a long-time girlfriend named Gu Yanran. Is this Miss Gu? Ask her to wait for a moment. I'll go ask Mr. Yi. The secretary knocked on Yi Xian's office door. Mr. Yi, there's a Miss Gu Yanran downstairs. She wants to see you. Yi Xian didn't expect Gu Yanran to actually find her way here. He frowned but didn't make things difficult for her. Let her come up. The secretary confirmed Gu Yanran's status and quickly returned the call to the receptionist on the first floor. Please ask Miss Gu to come up. Yi Xian's secretary was already so respectful, so the receptionist was even more so. She practically sent Gu Yanran to the elevator and personally pressed the button for the 8th floor for her. When Gu Yanran arrived at the door of Yi Xian's company on the 8th floor, she saw that the cubicles there were already full of people. Everyone came to work so early. With an indescribable sense of superiority, Gu Yanran gracefully walked across the lobby to Yi Xian's CEO office. Yi Xian was the boss, so his office was the largest and most luxurious room on the entire 18th floor. The side facing the lobby was an entire glass wall. The people on the inside could clearly see the outside, and the people on the outside could also clearly see the inside. The culture of high-tech companies was more open and lively. The boss was willing to get along with the employees, so the concept of class wasn't as strong as in traditional companies. Gu Yanran walked over and took off her sunglasses to slightly acknowledge the people who looked up at her. The employees in Yi Xian's company were originally curious, but when they saw the obvious swollen marks on Gu Yanran's face, they were a bit shocked. Gu Yanran didn't care at all. She just walked to Yi Xian's office and knocked on the door. Come in. The door isn't closed. Yi Xian's clear voice came from inside. Gu Yanran smiled and opened the door to enter. Yi Xian's office was like a transparent fish tank. Both the north and south sides were transparent glass walls. Looking out from the glass wall on the south side, one could see the entire high-tech park at a glance. Gu Yanran gently closed the door but skillfully left a small gap. The door wasn't closed tightly. But from Yi Xian's angle, he couldn't see it at all. In reality, he was very displeased with Gu Yanran's sneaky actions and said disapprovingly, "Why did you close the door?" Now that things had come to this, was there anything between them that couldn't be said to others? Anyway, everyone knew. As soon as he thought about Gu Nianji calling him Gu Yanran's little wolf dog, Yi Xian was a bit upset. Gu Yanran smiled at him, revealing 8 snow-white teeth. Yi Xian had never been able to resist her smile. When she saw that Yi Xian had indeed looked away, Gu Yanran's smile became even sweeter. She walked over to Yi Xian and said, "Xian, it was my fault last night. I'm sorry. Please forgive me." As she spoke, she even bowed to him. Yi Xian froze and put down the mouse. He clasped his hands together on the desk and frowned. "What do you mean?" "I was wrong. I was really wrong. I beg you, don't force me anymore, okay? Do you know what a father means to me?" Gu Yanran's tears came without warning. They rolled down her cheeks as she cried in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian looked at her in shock and couldn't help but take a tissue from the desk for her. "Why are you crying? As long as you keep your word and don't make things difficult for Gu Nianji, what can I force you to do?" Gu Yanran took the tissue to wipe her nose and cried even louder. "Yi Xian. You have no conscience. I've been with you for so many years. I've given you everything, and you're still not satisfied. Do you have to force me? Don't you want the inventory of the Gu family's assets? I'll give it to you." As she spoke, she threw the transparent folder at Yi Xian. He didn't know if it was because the documents inside hadn't been properly placed, but when she threw it, the white A4 paper inside flew out and scattered all over the floor. Yi Xian thought about the years he'd spent with Gu Yanran had been very sweet. He couldn't help but say sadly, as long as you agree to the conditions I mentioned yesterday, I can let bygones be bygones. Gu Yanran heard that and cried even harder. Her voice traveled through the crack in the door to the lobby outside. Yi Xian. I'll tell you, okay? Didn't you and Gu Nianji just want to know if my father had a will? Don't force me anymore. I can't take it anymore. I'll tell you, okay? My father's lawyer, Mr. Vanderbilt, is in Little Rock, Utah. Go look for him. See if there's anything you want. I've had enough. My father is still alive. He's alive. I'm not as heartless as you and Gu Nianji. My father is still alive, yet you want to carry out his will. You've gone too far. As she spoke, Gu Yanran turned around, opened the door to Yi Xian's office, and ran out in tears. The employees in Yi Xian's office all craned their necks to listen to the gossip. A few people near Yi Xian's office even turned on their phones and began to secretly record it. Yi Xian originally thought that Gu Yanran had changed her mind and wouldn't make things difficult for Gu Nianji anymore. He didn't expect her to still be stubborn. His expression turned ugly, and he angrily slammed his desk. You're on your own. Don't let me see you again. Gu Yanran ran out of Yi Xian's office in tears. As soon as she reached the lobby on the first floor, she moaned and fainted in front of the elevator. The people waiting for the elevator at the door panicked, and everyone quickly called an ambulance to take Gu Yanran up. When the doctor in the ambulance gave Gu Yanran first aid, he unbuttoned her shirt and was shocked to find many bruises on her neck and arms. This is the first watch. Cover the pot and say, it's still the second watch today. It'll be the third watch tomorrow. My friends are anxious. My friends must also remember to vote for me every day. The second watch at 7 p.m. Chapter 8:15. What happened? Doctor. Should we give her a full body checkup? The nurse in the ambulance asked quietly. Send her to the hospital first. We'll see when she wakes up. The doctor couldn't decide since it involved the patient's privacy. Also, the patient fainting had nothing to do with her injuries. It was entirely due to the lack of oxygen. The doctor put an oxygen mask on Gu Yanran with a dark expression. The ambulance arrived at the hospital. Gu Yanran woke up as soon as she arrived, but she was still very weak. She only cried and didn't speak. She didn't allow anyone to touch her. The doctor and nurses saw that she was emotionally unstable and had injuries. They had no choice but to let her stay for observation. Gu Yanran called her housekeeper, Mrs. James, and she immediately brought the necessary things to take care of Gu Yanran. She moved her to a special single room and found the best doctor and nurses to take care of her. The doctor saw that she was emotionally stable and asked carefully, Miss Gu, you have some injuries on your body. We're worried that they might be related to your sudden fainting. Should we check? Gu Yanran shook her head frantically. No. No need to check. I'm fine. I just need to stay here for a few days. Okay. If you need, we can. Before the doctor could finish, he noticed that Gu Yanran had fainted again. This time, Mrs. James was there, so she could help Gu Yanran. She signed the consent form and allowed the doctor to check Gu Yanran's body. The results made the doctor and nurses furious. Miss Gu was abused. Mrs. James, do you know who did it? The doctor asked angrily. Who would be so crazy? Mrs. James immediately thought of Yi Xian, who often spent the night with Gu Yanran. However, she also knew that Yi Xian and Gu Yanran had a special relationship. Although they seemed to have fallen out because Gu Yanran had slept with another man, who knew what young couples were thinking. What if it was just a trick? She said cautiously, this is the master's personal matter. I need to ask the master before I can answer you. She spoke British English and was reserved with a hint of arrogance, but her etiquette was impeccable. The doctor also understood English and didn't say anything else. However, after leaving Gu Yanran's single room, he called the police according to protocol. According to the Huaxia Empire's laws, when gunshot or knife wounds were found, as well as injuries to women and children, the hospital doctors were obligated to call the police. In the afternoon, the police station sent 2 female officers to the hospital to investigate Gu Yanran's injuries. When Gu Yanran heard that the police had arrived, she immediately became alert. She wrapped herself up tightly and sat on the bed, denying that she had been abused or abused. She just said, "It's nothing. I was careless. My skin is too soft, and the slightest touch will cause bruises. No one hurt me. Please do not disturb me. I'm recuperating." The 2 policewomen were also very good-tempered. They had seen many victims of such relationships. These women were generally very timid. Even if they were abused by men for a long time, they would not dare to say a word, let alone call the police to protect their rights. Therefore, they patiently stayed at the hospital to talk to Gu Yanran and take care of her. They tried to dispel the knot in her heart and cooperate with their investigation. However, Gu Yanran gritted her teeth and refused to say who did it. She insisted that she did it herself. At night, after the 2 policewomen left, Mrs. James asked Gu Yanran worriedly, "Miss Gu, why did you hide it for him?" "Him? Who are you talking about?" Gu Yanran frowned. From the corner of her eye, she noticed that the door to the room was slightly open. It seemed like someone was standing in front of the room. "Of course it's Yi Xian. Is he still fighting because of you and someone else?" "Actually, if I had to say, unmarried men and women are free to choose. Why does he need you to be loyal to him? Does he deserve it?" Mrs. James's attitude was very dismissive when she talked about Yi Xian. Yes, she looked down on Yi Xian and felt that he was like a prostitute. He was only Gu Yanran's boy toy. However, Gu Yanran shook her head and said sadly, "Don't say that. I shouldn't have. I shouldn't have wanted to break up with him." As she spoke, she began to cry again. That night, Gu Yanran pinched herself all over again. Especially on top of the old wounds, she added new ones. The next day, when the doctor came to check on her, he discovered that her old wounds had not healed, but new ones had appeared. His expression changed. "What exactly is going on?" Gu Yanran smiled good-naturedly, but tears streamed down her cheeks. "I told you. Actually, I accidentally did it myself. There was no one else. I don't blame anyone." The doctor immediately understood what she meant and couldn't help feeling sorry for her. "Miss Gu, is that B*TCH really that worthy of your protection? Even willing to harm herself to cover up the old wounds?" Gu Yanran didn't say anything else. Biting her lip, she turned away and wiped her tears with the back of her hand. When the 2 female police officers arrived, they learned about Gu Yanran's actions from the doctor. They were very sorry and said, "This is really terrible. By doing this, when the forensic examiner examines the wounds, the old wounds can't be examined at all. The new wounds will only have her own finger marks, so it will be very difficult to accuse the person who actually hurt her." Examining wounds was the job of the forensic examiner. It required professional equipment and techniques. Normal doctors could only look at the extent of the injury and couldn't examine the scars. So when Gu Yanran found out that the forensic examiner couldn't examine the old wounds, she looked relieved and said to the 2 female police officers, "Thank you for helping me. I will remember your kindness." The two female police officers looked at each other and shook their heads in unison. She was clearly being abused, yet she was wholeheartedly protecting that man. But this man was clearly a cruel and unscrupulous beast. Gu Yanran had been hospitalized for a few days, but he hadn't come to see her even once. It seemed like it didn't matter if one was rich or poor, as long as they were weak, they would be bullied. It was this kind of weak woman that made those despicable men more and more fearless. Since they couldn't find any evidence, and Gu Yanran didn't want to accuse anyone, the police couldn't do anything but write a report for her to sign and leave. Since they couldn't find any evidence and Gu Yanran refused to press charges, the police had no choice but to write a report for her to sign and leave. She refused to return to the apartment in the third ring road of the imperial capital and ordered someone to put the apartment up for sale on the real estate market. She refused to return to the apartment in the third ring road of the imperial capital and ordered someone to put the apartment up for sale on the real estate market. Ever since Yi Xian found out that Gu Xiangwen's family lawyer was originally in Little Rock Canyon, Utah, he had been feeling uneasy and wanted to see him personally. He wasn't sure if the lawyer was really Gu Xiangwen's lawyer or if Gu Yanran was lying to him. Yi Xian carefully looked at the inventory of the Gus assets that Gu Yanran had thrown at him that day and realized that it only contained 1/3 of the assets that he knew. The other 2/3, where did they go? The more Yi Xian thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. But he was also very busy at the company, so he couldn't just leave like that. So he delayed it for 2 to 3 days and arranged everything at the company. Before boarding the plane, he called Gu Nianji and said, "Gu Nianji, I'm going to the United States to see someone. Wait for my news." If this lawyer was really Gu Xiangwen's family lawyer, then he must have Gu Xiangwen's will. As long as there was a will, Gu Nianji's problem would be easily solved. Gu Yanran couldn't argue even if she wanted to. Gu Nianji was writing her thesis in the library when she received Yi Xian's call. She walked out to the hallway to answer the call and asked with concern, "Who are you going to see in the United States?" "I can't say for now. I'm not sure if it's true." Yi Xian hesitated. He didn't want to say too much and cause Gu Nianji to dislike Gu Yanran even more. They were sisters after all. Although they weren't biological sisters, they were still sisters. Gu Nianji was very unhappy with Yi Xian's hesitation. Her voice also softened. "Fine, then be careful. I'm hanging up." She turned off the phone and continued to write her thesis. Yi Xian also put the phone away and looked around. He realized that the few people who had been following him a few days ago seemed to have disappeared. He snorted and walked through the VIP special passage to get on the plane. He didn't say anything on the way and arrived alone in Little Rock Canyon, Utah. At the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces in the Imperial Capital, Bai Yueran came to Hua Xiaoheng's office. She placed a few citizen complaints in front of Hua Xiaoheng and said, "Hua Xiao, tell our people to restrain themselves. This is within the country, not abroad. They can't use the methods they use against foreigners on their own citizens. Stalking, monitoring, and secretly recording, these methods were used for national interests overseas, so there was no problem at all. However, within the country, if the citizens found out, it would be big trouble. Also, according to the legislation, the scope of the Special Operations Forces operations should also be outside the country. They shouldn't be operating within the country." However, Hua Xiaoheng used the previous time he went to New York to encounter danger and catch a mole to use both carrot and stick to force the Senate to pass new legislation that allowed the Special Operations Forces to act freely within the country after receiving permission from the Supreme Military Council and the Senate Special Panel. However, this freedom required a lot of authorization. This way, the possibility of keeping it a secret would be greatly reduced. Therefore, Hua Xiaoheng normally didn't act within the country. There was no other reason than it was too easy for secrets to be leaked. This time, in order to smoothly proceed with the estate dispute between Gu Nianji and Gu Yanran, he made an exception and used the excuse that Gu Xiangwen's assets involved important national interests to apply for special permission from the Senate and the Supreme Military Council to monitor Gu Yanran. However, Gu Yanran seemed to be doing something again this time. She first fell out with Yi Xian and sent him away. At the same time, for some reason, she actually discovered that someone was stalking her and specifically complained to the Senate about the Special Operations Forces. She even hinted that Hu Xiaoheng was abusing his power for personal gain by using his own power to help Gu Nianji fight for the estate. The complaint document in Bai Yueran's hands was submitted by Gu Yanran. She had already fallen out with Gu Nianji, so she wasn't afraid of offending her or Hu Xiaoheng. Therefore, even though she knew that Gu Nianji and Hu Xiaoheng had broken up, she still followed that person's suggestion and filed a complaint. This way, Hu Xiaoheng would have some reservations and not secretly help Gu Nianji because he still had feelings for her. Hu Xiaoheng flipped open the complaint document in front of him. His eyes flashed as he said, "A real name complaint. But Gu Yanran is not a Huaxia citizen. Even if we monitor her, it's not against the law, right?" Bai Yueran smiled and nodded. "I told the Secret Service the same thing, but they still insisted that this is within the Huaxia Empire. In terms of territory, we can't overstep our boundaries. Even if we want to monitor Gu Yanran, they have to do it." Hu Xiaoheng was speechless. "I've already received permission from the Senate to act. If they're dissatisfied, they can look for Speaker Long." Hu Xiaoheng finished speaking and pushed the complaint documents back to Bai Yueran. "I'll have to trouble Director Bai with the rest. Okay, I finally understand why our people are so domineering. So it's because, if the higher-ups like it, the people below will like it even more." Bai Yueran smiled as she took back the documents. "Since Hu Xiaoheng is so domineering, I won't embarrass him. Wait for me to respond to their inquiries." However, Bai Yueran changed the topic. "Hu Xiaoheng, you better withdraw the people monitoring Gu Yanran." "Why?" Hu Xiaoheng didn't even look up. He didn't want to continue this topic. "I'm talking to you about this as a lawyer." Bai Yueran's expression became serious. "If your surveillance hadn't been discovered by Gu Yanran, then it wouldn't have mattered. But now that your surveillance has been discovered by Gu Yanran, I'm afraid that when the time comes in court, Gu Yanran will use this as an excuse to claim that a lot of the evidence was obtained illegally and not allowed to be used in court. This will have an extremely negative impact on Gu Nianji's estate dispute case." This was the second watch. Cover the pod and say, "It's still the second watch today. Tomorrow will be the third watch. Dear friends, remember to vote for me every day. Good night, dear friends." Chapter 8:16. After Bai Yueran left, Hu Xiaoheng sat alone in his office and thought about it for a long time as he stared at the blue screen of the computer. Bai Yueran's words made sense. He had obtained authorization from the military and the Senate to monitor the cabinet. He had also taken advantage of the fact that Gu Xiangwen's patent involved national interests to monitor Gu Yanran. Later, because Yi Xian had taken out the inventory of the Gu family's assets, he had also monitored Yi Xian. But from a legal perspective, monitoring a public authority like the cabinet was a completely different concept from monitoring ordinary citizens like Gu Yanran and Yi Xian. Why did the Snowden incident in the United States cause such a ruckus and cause the U.S. government to be disgraced? It wasn't because it monitored government officials, but because it indiscriminately monitored ordinary American citizens. This was a heinous violation of personal privacy in modern society. Although the United States had its own Patriot Act to protect its surveillance, in reality, it also knew it was untenable, so it never dared to make it public. As everyone knew, after this incident was publicized by Snowden, it was immediately condemned by the world's public opinion. No one considered whether this kind of behavior was legal or not, and the political impact it had on the U.S. government was extremely negative. Moreover, in modern society, whether it was legal or not was a relative concept. The legislature could create many unimaginable laws at any time, and they could also abolish many laws that were taken for granted at any time. And for high-ranking officials like him, other than the law, they also had to consider the influence on the citizens, especially the political influence on the Special Operations Forces. He would never forget that when the Special Operations Forces was established, the Senate, the Cabinet, and the military's upper echelons were very suspicious of one thing. Would they expand their scope of operations into the country if they had too much power? And had he indeed invested inappropriate attention into Gu Nianji's case? If Gu Yanran knew about these actions, there was no doubt that it would cause an unexpected blow to Gu Nianji in court. The entire estate dispute case might even be twisted into the Hua Xia Empire's military attempting to use public power to seize the private assets of foreigners. If that happened, Gu Nianji would have no chance of winning at all. And it would push the behind-the-scenes organization, the Special Operations Forces, to the forefront. No matter which aspect it was something he couldn't bear. He couldn't let the credibility of the Special Operations Forces he had established suffer a fatal blow, but he also couldn't let Gu Nianji suffer in silence. After thinking about it, Hu Xiaoheng only had one conclusion: Gu Yanran had a master behind her, and this master was very familiar with the Hua Xia Empire's way of doing things. He stared ahead expressionlessly, fiddling with a round gold coin in his hand. Suddenly, he slammed the gold coin onto the table and pocketed it with his fingers. Picking up the internal line, he issued a series of commands to cancel all surveillance of Gu Yanran and Yi Xian's movements. Then, he stood up from behind his desk and grabbed the navy blue casual coat on the coat rack. With a shake of his arms, he put it on over his shirt and strode out of the office. After getting into the car, Hu Xiaoheng drove directly to the second-hand house that Gu Nianji had bought in Hepingli on the 4th Ring Road. As he opened the door with the key card, he texted Gu Nianji, "Come to the new house in Hepingli. I have important matters to discuss." He rarely texted Gu Nianji, but this time, in order to be cautious, he texted her. Gu Nianji had just walked out of the classroom when she saw Hu Xiaoheng's text. She had 2 classes in the morning, which she had just finished. She had to go to the library to catch up on her homework. She hesitated for a second when she saw the text, but she still called back. Hu Xiaoheng was sitting on the deck chair on the balcony and had just lit a cigarette when he heard his phone ring. He took it and unlocked it. His deep and magnetic voice said slowly, "Nianji. Class is over." Gu Nianji nodded. "Hu Xiao, what's up?" "Yeah, come over when you're free." Hu Xiaoheng looked up at the sky outside. It was a bit gray, and the northwest wind was blowing from the grasslands, carrying sand and cold. The temperature was dropping quickly. What can't be said over the phone? Gu Nianji got on her bike. "I still have to go to the library to do my homework." Hu Xiaoheng got up to turn on the air conditioner in the living room and set the temperature to a constant 23 degrees. He said, "It's better to say it in person. It's safer here. Their security measures here could guarantee that their conversation wouldn't be overheard by others." Gu Nianji immediately understood. "I'll be right there." She didn't return to the dormitory. Instead, she got on her bike and rushed to the Hepingli district. She had originally bought an apartment near the school for convenience. Gu Nianji only spent 15 minutes to take a shortcut to the Hepingli district. She locked her bike in the gazebo downstairs and went upstairs alone with her backpack. When she arrived at her room, she had just taken out the key card when the door was already open from the inside. Hu Xiaoheng's tall and straight figure appeared behind the door. "Come in." Hu Xiaoheng turned to the side to make way. His expression was calm, and his gaze was calm. His calm demeanor calmed Gu Nianji's anxious heart. She walked in with a smile and looked at her room first. "When did Hu Xiao get here?" Less than half an hour. Hu Xiaoheng acted as if he was in his own home. What do you want to drink? Can I drink beer? Gu Nianji said with a half-smile. She put down her backpack and threw it on the sofa. Of course not. Hu Xiaoheng didn't even think about it. He turned to the kitchen. I'll get you some milk. Pfft, why did you ask if you knew? Gu Nianji secretly made a face in her heart but didn't say it out loud. She sat on the sofa and stretched her legs. She let out a long sigh. After a while, Hu Xiaoheng came out with a tray. There was a glass of warm milk and a small plate of muffins. Gu Nianji had just finished class and was indeed hungry. She took the tray and drank half a glass of milk first, then ate a muffin. Hu Xiaoheng held a cup of tea and sat on the sofa opposite her. He looked at her without blinking. Gu Nianji finished the milk and wiped her mouth with a tissue before asking, "What's the matter? Tell me." Hu Xiaoheng looked down to take a sip of tea. He put the teacup on the coffee table in front of him and said slowly, "Because I don't know what kind of consequences this will have on your estate dispute case, I wanted to tell you in advance. This way, Gu Yanran wouldn't catch Gu Nianji off guard when she went to court." Gu Nianji sat up straight and looked serious. "Is it related to my lawsuit against Gu Yanran?" "Yes." Hu Xiaoheng leaned back on the sofa and crossed his arms. His voice was low and melodious. "It's like this. Ever since Yi Xian gave you the inventory of the Gu assets, we began to monitor Yi Xian and Gu Yanran. Then we discovered that Yi Xian also told Gu Yanran about this." Ah. Gu Nianji couldn't help but touch her forehead. Yi Xian still has feelings for Gu Yanran. Hu Xiaoheng couldn't help but rub his chin with one hand. He was very wise not to judge a relationship. His voice was calm and steady as he continued. After that, the two of them had a big fight, and then Gu Yanran went to Yi Xian's office building. Gu Nianji listened attentively. When she heard Gu Yanran tell Yi Xian about her father, Gu Xiangwen's lawyer in the United States, her expression suddenly changed. "Oh no. Yi Xian just said goodbye to me and said he was going to the United States to meet someone. Is he going to meet this lawyer?" Yi Xian went to the United States. Hu Xiaoheng was slightly taken aback. He quickly took out his phone and sent a message to Zhao Liangze. He asked him to arrange for their field agents in the United States to secretly follow Yi Xian and see what he was up to. Because Yi Xian went to the United States, the Special Operations Forces had a lot more freedom. Gu Nianji only relaxed when she saw that Hu Xiaoheng had made the arrangements. Hu Xiaoheng then told Gu Nianji everything he knew. Finally, he said, "I'm telling you all this not to take credit, but Gu Yanran actually discovered that she was being monitored by us and has already filed a complaint against us to the relevant agencies in the Senate." Gu Nianji was speechless. "For the sake of your case and for the sake of our agency, I've decided to remove all surveillance on Gu Yanran and Yi Xian." Hu Xiaoheng looked deeply at Gu Nianji. "From now on, you can only rely on yourself for this case." Gu Nianji understood. She was very clear about what Hu Xiaoheng had done for her case. She was extremely grateful and quickly said, "I understand. You actually don't have to do this. It's not good for you or your agency. I'll think of a way myself. No matter what Gu Yanran does, she's no match for me." She was confident that she could foil Gu Yanran's schemes. Even if she didn't know about the situation, she was confident that she could still adapt to the situation. "You don't appreciate it." Hu Xiaoheng tilted his head as if he was joking. His handsome face attracted Gu Nianji's gaze like a magnet. She used all her strength to look away and look down. "Of course not. I'm not someone who doesn't know what's good for me. If a person had feelings for another person, the other person would definitely be able to sense it." Hu Xiaoheng stood up and walked to sit next to Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji only felt the sofa beside her sink deeply. She couldn't help but lean over. As if she was throwing herself into his arms, she accidentally fell into Hua Xiaoheng's arms. Hua Xiaoheng hugged her and smiled. You came here on your own accord. I didn't force you. Gu Nianji struggled a little in embarrassment. Hua Xiaoheng's arms tightened slightly. He gently said above her head, Okay, let me hug you for a while. After today, I won't be able to see you until your lawsuit is over. Oh. Why? Gu Nianji couldn't help but ask. She was in Hua Xiaoheng's arms and looked up at his beautiful jawline. Her eyes were filled with doubt and confusion. To avoid arousing suspicion, Hua Xiaoheng looked down at her watery eyes and bright red, moist lips. He couldn't help but lower his head to kiss her lips. Gu Nianji didn't avoid him this time. She obediently let him kiss her. Her large eyes twinkled, and her long eyelashes were like 2 rows of small fans. They hid the reluctance in the depths of her eyes. This was the first watch. She finally didn't have to be the scapegoat today. It's the 3rd watch today, seeking recommendation votes and monthly votes. Monthly votes 6,700 plus updates at 1 p.m. The 3rd watch at 7 p.m. Chapter 8:17. The two of them sat quietly on the sofa in the living room. The sky outside the floor-to-ceiling window was getting darker and darker, and the wind was getting louder and louder. The withered leaves fell to the ground, and then were blown away by the wind, dancing in the air. It was just like his emotions, up and down. It wasn't that Hua Xiaoheng wasn't worried. The estate dispute, which he thought was a sure win, suddenly had a twist. It seemed like Gu Yanran still had a lot of cards up her sleeve. He didn't know if Nianji could handle it. He looked down and wanted to say something, but Gu Nianji had already fallen asleep in his arms. Her breathing was calm and light, and her long eyelashes didn't move, covering the dark circles under her eyes. Hua Xiaoheng carefully studied her sleeping face and discovered that she must have been very tired recently. Her face was so pale it was almost translucent, and the color of her cheeks was very, very light, like a touch of cherry blossoms in April. Her lips were very healthy, but upon closer inspection, she must have applied lipstick. Hua Xiaoheng frowned and picked up a tissue from the coffee table. He wiped her lips very gently to remove the lipstick. There were only a few coral red marks left on the tissue. Then, he held her neck with one hand and wrapped the other around her knees, lifting her up horizontally. Opening the bedroom door, he saw that the bed had been changed. Hua Xiaoheng's mind flashed back to the day when the two of them had fought on the bed and actually collapsed the bed. He couldn't help but smile. He placed Gu Nianji on the bed and covered her with a thin blanket. Hua Xiaoheng also lifted the blanket and sat down. He didn't sleep. Instead, he sat on the bed and took out his phone to check work emails and the progress of all parties at the same time. Time passed, and the bedroom was very quiet. The windows were very soundproof, and the thick gold velvet curtains had an insulation layer to block out light and completely cover the large window that was half the height of the wall. Gu Nianji hadn't had such a relaxing sleep in a long time. It seemed like ever since returning from Germany, her sleep had been terrible. Therefore, she adjusted her schedule and was used to staying up late at night to write papers and do homework. She tried to find time to sleep during the day. However, she sometimes had classes and other things to do during the day, so she couldn't sleep as well as she could at night. As time went on, her fatigue began to show. However, she was not in a hurry. She knew that her experience in Germany had caused a relapse of the trauma that had yet to recover from many years ago. She slowly adjusted her mentality and increased her ability to withstand pressure. This time, she didn't have Hua Xiaoheng to soothe her sensitive and fragile nerves, so she could only reduce her anxiety and uneasiness by sleeping less. Although her method was stupid, it still worked. She could feel that she had gradually broken away from the panic and uneasiness she felt every day when she closed her eyes. She felt more and more sleepy, unlike when she first came back, when she could open her eyes all night and be in a strange state of excitement. Today's sleep was the most solid and deep one she had ever had since she came back. She opened her eyes and vaguely saw a tall figure sitting next to her. She didn't feel flustered. She stuck out her tongue and licked her dry lips. Hua Xiaoheng looked at her. "You're awake." He pulled up the blanket for her and patted her back. Then, he continued to look at his phone, using only one hand to tap lightly on it. Gu Nianji actually hadn't woken up yet. She instinctively looked at Hua Xiaoheng and subconsciously felt that he was the only person who could help her sleep peacefully. Although Hua Xiaoheng was looking at his phone, he was constantly looking at Gu Nianji from the corner of his eye. He couldn't concentrate at all when she stared at him like that. Hua Xiaoheng finally sighed and put the phone down. He lifted her up from the blanket and laid her on his lap. He lowered his head and began kissing her lips. At the same time, he reached his hand under her clothes. Gu Nianji gradually woke up and also felt Hua Xiaoheng's increasingly passionate kiss. She didn't resist, but she wondered why men had to touch when they kissed. Had he touched her when he kissed her before? She tried her best to recall but couldn't remember anything. She only remembered that when he kissed her, she was so dizzy that she couldn't even remember her last name. Her mind was like a pile of paste, and she couldn't remember anything. She had no impression of what he had done. But now that he was kissing her, she could still distract herself from thinking about his actions while she was intoxicated. This was progress, right? Hua Xiaoheng sensed that Gu Nianji wasn't paying attention, so he squeezed her hard before letting her go. When he moved his lips away, Gu Nianji was already panting. "If you don't pay attention, I'm going to punish you." Hua Xiaoheng lowered his head to touch her forehead. "How long has it been since you last slept?" "I have slept." Gu Nianji laughed. Her little mouth seemed to be smeared with honey to trick Hua Xiaoheng. "But I sleep especially well next to you. Hua Xiao, you're like my sleeping pills. Just a small amount is enough. If you take too much, you'll get into trouble. Just take it occasionally." Hua Xiaoheng tapped her lips with his finger. "You've grown up. You know how to use flowery words to trick me." "When did I?" Gu Nianji wrinkled her nose. The tip of her nose touched Hua Xiaoheng's finger. It was warm and smooth. "Not yet." Hua Xiaoheng symbolically patted her but a few times. "You said I'm your sleeping pill. Are you complimenting me or insulting me? How would I dare to insult you?" Gu Nianji pushed Hua Xiaoheng away and got off the bed. "You're the boss. I can't wait to serve you." "Really? Then are you going to serve me today?" Hua Xiaoheng was a bit reluctant to part with the warmth between them. He reached out and pulled her back to lie on the blanket. His fingers were already circling her waist. Gu Nianji looked at his gradually darkening eyes and looked away uncomfortably. She wanted to resist, but her whole body was very stiff. She didn't know how to respond. Hua Xiaoheng looked at her for a while and withdrew his hand. He didn't continue. He kissed the side of her face. "I was just teasing you. Look at how scared you are." Gu Nianji snorted. She definitely wouldn't admit that she was relieved. She still stubbornly said, "Scared? Ha, come on. Who's afraid of who? Really?" Hua Xiaoheng immediately pressed her down on the bed. Gu Nianji immediately admitted defeat. She desperately turned her head away and refused to let him kiss her again. She kept begging for mercy. "Fine, fine, fine. I'm afraid of you. I'm afraid of you, okay? Don't say this kind of thing to men in the future." Hua Xiaoheng pulled her up from the bed. "You only have this little guts, and you still want to provoke me. You're lucky you met me. If it were any other man, they would have eaten you up. Gu Nianji was rebellious. She habitually wanted to say, eat me up. But as soon as the word, you, came out, she knew it was inappropriate. She finally stopped in time before the word eat left her mouth. Hua Xiaoheng looked at her with a smile. He moved closer and lowered his voice. You what? Why did you stop? You're a good person. You're such a good person. How could you bear to eat me up? Isn't that right, Major General Hua? She reached out to hug Hua Xiaoheng's neck. Her voice involuntarily became a little delicate. Her bright eyes were like autumn water. She was like a fairy that could suck people's souls. Hua Xiaoheng's heart was racing. He thought that the little fairy was growing into a big fairy. It was indeed getting harder to fool. When he wanted to do something, Gu Nianji quickly pushed him away and got up to wash up in the bathroom. When she came out, Hua Xiaoheng had already calmed down. He stood in front of the large mirror and adjusted the buttons on his military uniform. He asked her without looking back, I'll take you back to school. I rode my bike here. I can go back myself. Gu Nianji refused without thinking. Wait for me to leave before you leave. Since she wanted to avoid arousing suspicion, she should avoid it completely. Hua Xiaoheng nodded and didn't say anything else. As long as she didn't resist him, it was a good start. Like a good hunter, he had enough patience to wait for his prey to fall into his arms again. Gu Nianji rode her bike alone and left the house in the Hepingli district. When she returned to the dormitory, she raised her wrist to look at her watch. It was already past 4 in the afternoon. It would be dinner in an hour. She parked her bike in the shed in front of the building and returned to her dormitory. That night, after she finished her homework, she began to reorganize her court defense strategy. It was indeed as Hua Xiaoheng had said. Gu Yanran suddenly acted like she was enlightened this time. She must have had an expert behind her. However, unlike Hua Xiaoheng, Gu Nianji didn't want to know who this expert was at all. She didn't care who he was. She would beat him up without hesitation. She hated people who hid behind people's backs and played dirty tricks. If they had the ability, then they could come out and fight with her openly. If they had the ability, then they could directly become Gu Yanran's defense lawyer. Let's see how she would beat them up in court. They only dared to hide behind people's backs and let the brainless Gu Yanran fight for them. If they had the ability, would they really do such a thing? Wouldn't that be degrading? Gu Nianji looked down on her enemy strategically. Then she would have to pay attention to her enemy tactically. She carefully recalled everything Hua Xiaoheng had said about Gu Yanran and Yi Xian. She also took out the inventory of the Gu assets that Yi Xian had given her and studied it carefully. She wondered how Gu Yanran would make an issue out of it. Also, why would Gu Yanran reveal Gu Xiangwen's lawyer's address in public? What was she trying to achieve? Was the lawyer's address real or fake? Was it to trick Yi Xian, or was it to lure the tiger away from the mountain? However, no matter how she considered it, Gu Nianji felt that Gu Yanran and the expert behind her were overthinking. Yi Xian had never thought about appearing in court to be Gu Nianji's witness. Gu Nianji had never thought about Yi Xian appearing in court to be her witness. The two of them had met because of Gu Xiangwen, but they didn't know each other well. Yi Xian handing over the inventory of the Gu assets was already a betrayal to Gu Yanran. Why would he appear in court to be a witness? As for Gu Nianji, even if Yi Xian volunteered to be a witness, she wouldn't consider it. In short, in court, if one couldn't find a witness they could trust, then they would rather have no witness. That was because the lethality of a witness suddenly betraying her was too great. Gu Nianji didn't want to bear the consequences. She wrote down her thoughts one by one and saved them in an encrypted folder on her computer. Then she sent an email to the court that was handling her case and asked when the next hearing would be. Her intuition told her that this matter couldn't be dragged on for too long. Otherwise, Gu Yanran would continue to play dirty tricks and gradually destroy the evidence. It was the second update. The monthly votes had arrived at 6,700 plus updates. She finally didn't have to be the scapegoat today. Today is the third update seeking recommendation votes and monthly votes. It was the third update at 7 p.m. Chapter 8:18. Gu Nianji wrote in an email to the court. Because the property case requires a lot of time to verify, I do not wish for the court to spend too much time on the adoption documents. I suggest that it be done at the same time as the property review. After she sent this email, it was taken seriously by the court that accepted her case. In fact, the court did not want to waste too much time on the adoption paperwork. They were not fools. According to the law, whether it was adopted or not, as long as there was no additional will, adopted daughters and biological daughters had the same inheritance rights. Therefore, they did not understand why Gu Yanran would want to make an issue out of the adoption documents. Even if she couldn't produce the adoption papers, she still had Barbados government documents to prove that Gu Nianji was a daughter of the Gu family. Gu Nianji had no idea what was wrong with Gu Yanran. After Gu Nianji's email was sent, Jean Wani's request to postpone the trial was finally delivered to the court. When the court saw this, they wanted to delay the trial for 3 months just to find an adoption document. You seem to be in contempt of court. Therefore, the court accepting the case accepted Gu Nianji's suggestion and rejected Jean Wani and Gu Yanran's request to delay the trial. On one hand, he set a date for the next court hearing, which was next Wednesday. On the other hand, he made Gu Yanran submit the inventory of the Gu assets for verification. At the same time, he gave Jean Wani and Gu Yanran 3 months to continue searching for the adoption documents. When Jean Wani received the court's decision, she was so angry that she slammed the table in her office, knocking over a cup of coffee. The dark brown coffee flowed all over the table and almost dirted the carpet. Yanran, the court rejected the request for a 3-month extension. The next hearing will be next Wednesday. Have you sorted out the inventory of your assets? Jean Wani still had to call Gu Yanran after throwing a tantrum. Gu Yanran was very unhappy when she heard that. She couldn't even get a 3-month extension. This Jean Wani was really useless. Fortunately, she still called that person and got some advice from her. Otherwise, she would definitely lose just by relying on Jean Wani. Gu Yanran turned on her computer and looked at the inventory of the Gus assets that she had reorganized. She sent it to Jean Wani. Lawyer Jean, this is the inventory of the Gus assets. You can submit it to the court after you've seen it. Jean Wani glanced through it quickly and secretly gasped at the Gu family's enormous wealth. This level of wealth was not something the working class could ever hope to possess. Even the working king of the working class couldn't earn so much money. But then again, the Gus were so rich, but Gu Yanran's style always exuded a sense of pettiness. In the past, when he wasn't familiar with her, he had even been intimidated by her arrogance. Now that they were familiar with each other, Jean Wani shook her head. She really didn't have a good impression of Gu Yanran. She entered the information into the computer and said to Gu Yanran, "Yanran, make another list and sign it yourself. I'll send the signed documents to the court." "I still have to sign it." Gu Yanran was obviously resistant. "Can't I just hand it over?" "Of course not, the court will treat it as an invalid document." Jean Wani patiently explained to Gu Yanran, "You have to submit the list tomorrow. Hurry up." Gu Yanran curled up on the large sofa in the living room of her villa and looked at the bleak autumn scenery outside the French windows. She took another sip of red wine and printed another copy of the list while she was tipsy. She signed it and sent it to Jean Wani. As soon as Jean Wani received the signed list, she quickly sent it to the court. When the court received the list, they quickly ordered people to send letters to the banks, investment funds, and patent registration agencies to check the balance and value of Gu Xiangwen's account. Yi Xian arrived in Little Rock Canyon, Utah, but he didn't immediately visit the famous Mr. Vanderbilt. Little Rock Canyon was a very small city with a population of only 4,000 to 5,000 people. It wasn't even as large as a village in the Huaxia Empire. Almost everyone in the city knew each other. Yi Xian also didn't expect the person handling Gu Xiangwen's legal affairs and helping him write his will to be such a normal-looking, kind, and unknown lawyer who was like Santa Claus. Mr. Vanderbilt was almost 80 years old this year, but he was hale and hearty. He had white hair and a youthful complexion. Every day, he took his 2 grandchildren out for walks with his dog. "Hello, Mr. Vanderbilt. Are you going for a walk or walking your dog?" Along the way, people kept greeting the kind old man. The old man chuckled and sometimes stopped to talk to people. Other times, he bent down to pick up the dirt his dog had pooped out from the lawn. It was such an ordinary person who couldn't be more ordinary who actually had a big client like Gu Xiangwen. At first, Yi Xian thought it was unbelievable, but after observing the old man for a few days, he became more familiar with him and more certain that he was the lawyer handling Gu Xiangwen's legal affairs. That was because the feeling he gave off was very similar to the feeling Gu Xiangwen gave him. They were both gentle, tolerant, kind, and good-tempered. Yi Xian just didn't know if they felt more alike after interacting with each other. With that thought in mind, Yi Xian finally walked out from behind the big tree and walked in the direction of the old man. Yi Xian still remembered that this was a typical autumn dusk in the northern part of the United States. The setting sun stretched out the shadows of everything. Yi Xian walked towards the setting sun and said to the old man, "Hello." Vanderbilt narrowed his eyes and looked at him. He smiled kindly and said, "Kid, you're finally here. You noticed me early on." Yi Xian was a bit surprised. "Yes, you're too obvious. Although you change into different clothes and shoes every day, your aura hasn't changed at all. Whether you're wearing a plumber's uniform or a deliveryman's uniform, your aura is the same. If you really want to pretend to be someone, it's best to thoroughly study that person before pretending." The old man smiled and looked at Yi Xian with a little delight at his own judgment. Most old people at this age had dementia. They wouldn't even be able to recognize their partner of decades, let alone a stranger who had observed them for a few days. However, this old man clearly had a clear line of thought and spoke methodically and logically. Yi Xian now completely believed that this person was Gu Xiangwen's legal advisor. "Mr. Vanderbilt, please forgive me for disturbing you." Yi Xian bowed politely. "My name is Yi Xian. Are you familiar with the name Kevin Ku?" The old man was smiling very peacefully, but when he heard the name Kevin Ku, the smile on his face froze for a moment. However, it quickly returned to normal and he shook his head. "No, you've got the wrong person. Mr. Vanderbilt, Uncle Gu has been in a vegetative state for 7 years. Are you really going to ignore your biggest client?" Yi Xian clenched his fists and almost grabbed the old man's shoulder and shook him desperately to wake him up. It was the third watch. "I finally don't have to be the scapegoat today. It's the third watch today seeking recommendation votes and monthly votes. Good night, dear friends." Chapter 8:19. Yi Xian's words, as well as the genuine pain on his face, stunned the old man. "What vegetable? What are you talking about?" "Child, I'm old, and my hearing isn't good. I might also have Parkinson's disease. I don't understand what you're talking about at all." The old man quickly came back to his senses and didn't want to talk to Yi Xian anymore. He took the dog and put his finger in his mouth to whistle. A middle-aged man ran over from the other side of the street and smiled humbly at him. "Mr. Vanderbilt, how can I help you? Do you want to go home? He glanced at Yi Xian and had a deep impression of his mixed-race appearance and tall stature. The old man looked at Yi Xian. He originally wanted to chase Yi Xian away, but when he saw the dazed, disbelief, and confusion on his face, he changed his words. Take the dog back. I want to walk a bit more. Yes, sir. The middle-aged man was the Vanderbilt family's housekeeper. He bowed to Yi Xian and took the dog away. Yi Xian looked coldly at the man's custom-made Armani suit and felt disdain in his heart. In this unknown little town, even the housekeeper could wear this kind of clothing. How could he make so much money with just his resume? This despicable old lawyer still dared to say he had nothing to do with Uncle Gu. Yi Xian was filled with anger. His eyes were about to burst into flames. Before he came, he had already used his hacking skills to check the lawyer's resume. Unexpectedly, the more he checked, the more he felt that this lawyer was the kind of lawyer Uncle Gu would use. He was low-key and cautious. Although he wasn't famous, he had never made a mistake. This was the kind of person Uncle Gu could trust. But he had received a huge benefit from Uncle Gu, yet he had turned his back on him. The old man looked at Yi Xian's expression and suddenly smiled. He patted him on the shoulder. Young man, don't be so angry. Anger makes you grow old easily, and it's easy to get sick. Come for a walk with my old man, okay? Yi Xian suppressed the dissatisfaction in his heart and stiffly said, okay. He followed the old man and turned to stroll on the tree-lined path in the neighborhood. The two of them walked to the end of the street, but no one spoke. On their way back, the old man asked, You said Kevin Koo is in a vegetative state. Who was he? Why did he become a vegetable? If you don't know him, why should I tell you? Yi Xian sneered and turned his head. In an instant, 17 or 18 ideas flashed through his mind as he thought about how to threaten this old man. Hee, it's fine if you don't want to tell me. The old man took a few steps forward and said, I'm home. Where do you live? Of course, Yi Xian did not say anything. He raised his head to look at the most majestic building in the town. It was like a huge castle built at the very edge of the town. Not far from the castle was a small mountain, and behind the castle was a blue lake. Facing the mountains and facing the water, it was a place with good feng shui. Yi Xian laughed coldly again and said, I'll visit you again tomorrow. I hope you've already remembered. After he finished speaking, he turned around and left, not leaving any leeway. The old man quietly looked at his back. After a long while, he shook his head and hobbled back to his house. Yi Xian returned to the hotel he was staying at. He was in a very bad mood and was too lazy to eat, so he took out a box of beer from the fridge and carried it to the balcony. He drank one can at a time. Very quickly, he drank half of the box of beer. His entire body reeked of alcohol, and he sat tipsy on the balcony and sighed deeply. The middle-aged man living next to him was a field agent from the Huaxia Empire's Special Operations Forces. He had been ordered to keep an eye on Yi Xian for a few days, but he did not notice anything out of place. No one was following Yi Xian, and no one was trying to hurt him, kidnap him, or murder him. Could it be that they were all wrong? The man quietly returned to his room and connected to the Huaxia Empire's Nandus satellite tracking and navigation system. He sent a string of passwords back. At the same time the next evening, Yi Xian went to Vanderbilt's place again and saw him walking his dog. The old man was not surprised to see Yi Xian come. Instead, he smiled at him and said, You're here again. Yi Xian nodded. His face was very haggard. He walked side by side with the old man and was practically begging him. Mr. Vanderbilt, I know Uncle Gu must have an agreement with you. Uncle Gu's situation is very bad right now, and his daughter urgently needs your help. Please don't say that you don't know Kevin Koo anymore. It makes me very uncomfortable. I want to ask you, who are you to Mr. Kevin Koo? The old man stopped walking and looked at Yi Xian sternly with his hands behind his back. Yi Xian pursed his lips. I am Yi Xian. I am an orphan supported by Uncle Gu. I am greatly indebted to him, and I swore to protect the Gu family for the rest of my life. The old man stared at him for a while, and his murky eyes flashed. He turned around and looked at the gradually darkening night sky. He calmly said, I don't know the Kevin Koo who has become a vegetable. The Kevin Koo I know passed away 7 years ago. So I am not lying to you. As he spoke, he started to walk away. What did you say? Yi Xian was both shocked and angry. He grabbed the old man's shoulder and almost dragged him back. Say that again. You old liar. If you say such crazy things again, be careful that you won't live to see the sun tomorrow. He almost broke down as he used all his strength to grab the old man's shoulder. The old man's housekeeper saw that the situation was bad and immediately rushed over from behind. He pushed Yi Xian away and warned him, if you come any closer, I will shoot. The United States was a country that allowed people to legally carry guns. Yi Xian took a step back and didn't argue with this family. He suppressed the waves of shock in his heart and said to the old man, thank you. I will come back tomorrow. As he spoke, he turned around and left. He drove restlessly on the way back to the hotel. But this time, he didn't drive for long before the rented jeep stalled. He took out his phone and wanted to call the rental company to change the car, but he realized that there was no cell signal here. He was in the middle of nowhere, and it would take an hour or two to walk in that direction. Yi Xian waited on the side of the road for a while and didn't see any cars passing by. He thought about it. He had nothing to do anyway, and he would just drink beer if he went back, so he decided to see if he could fix it himself. He got out of the car and lifted the hood to take a look. He realized that there was probably a short circuit in the wiring. He found a spare toolbox in the car and began to check the wiring. The night sky darkened inch by inch, and the clouds were very thick, blocking the moon and stars. Yi Xian put in a lot of effort and spent almost 4 hours to fix the car. Because after he really took it apart, he realized that not only was there a problem with the wiring, but there was also a problem with the battery. Then he found that the tires seemed to have holes in them. This road was very remote and uninhabited. He had been repairing his car here for 4 hours, but he had not seen a single car passing by. By the time the Jeep was completely repaired and could go on the road, it was already 1:00 in the morning. His face was covered in black oil, and so was his body. When he returned to the hotel doorman almost wouldn't let him in. He had to take out his ID and key card to let him in. The Special Operations Force's field agent keeping an eye on him had already returned to the hotel. Yi Xian's movements had been very regular for the past few days. He would always leave the hotel and go to the place where the lawyer lived. He had been surveying the route for the past few days, so he didn't talk to Mr. Vanderbilt. He had chatted with him for the past 2 days, but there didn't seem to be any progress. When he followed him all the way, because the road Yi Xian took was very deserted, the field agent took a different route to avoid being discovered. He returned 2 to 3 hours earlier than Yi Xian. Also, this matter wasn't the main target of the Special Operations Forces, so the field agent planned to finish the investigation report tonight and return to his post the next day. However, not long after Yi Xian returned to his hotel room, a piercing police siren suddenly sounded outside the hotel. Police cars, ambulances, and fire trucks all drove past the main road next to the hotel and sped in one direction. This was a quiet town. Usually, the biggest news was just people getting drunk and racing. However, today's situation seemed to be out of the ordinary. However, the people in the hotel were already fast asleep. The windows of the hotel were very soundproof, so they couldn't hear the siren outside at all. It wasn't until dawn that these people woke up and turned on the TV to watch the morning news that they found out what had happened. At 1:00 this morning, we learned that the residence of the most famous lawyer in town, Mr. Vanderbilt, suddenly caught fire. The entire mansion was severely damaged. According to the police, Mr. Vanderbilt's entire family, including his 2 sons, 3 daughters-in-law, 1 daughter, 1 son-in-law, and 4 grandchildren, were all buried in the fire. The house was almost completely burned to the ground. Only the housekeeper and the cook escaped because they lived in the servants' quarters more than 200 feet away from the main house. The cause of the accident is still under investigation. The female anchor of the morning news had a solemn expression. She wore a small black suit and appeared on camera as if she was broadcasting an obituary. Mr. Vanderbilt was highly respected in Little Rock Canyon, and everyone respected him. After the news ended, everyone thought that everything was fine. They just treated it as a tragic accident and sighed a little. Suddenly, the television station switched back to the address where Mr. Vanderbilt's house was almost completely burned to the ground. The local sheriff was holding a press conference. His expression was grim as he said into the microphone that was extended to him. "We have just verified that the fire at Mr. Vanderbilt's house was not an accident, nor was it a natural disaster. It was man-made. There were traces of highly concentrated volatile gasoline spilled at the scene, and someone reported that someone had been harassing Mr. Vanderbilt recently and had issued threats and warnings. If you have seen this suspect, please call 911 immediately. We will immediately send someone to arrest him." The photo that was displayed on the television was a photo of Yi Xian with a gloomy face and Mr. Vanderbilt parting on bad terms. It was obvious that the photo was accidentally taken from the angle of one of the houses on the street. Mr. Vanderbilt's housekeeper also confirmed that he had seen the young man arguing with the sir. He also said that the sir had mentioned to him that the young man had been following him for several days and did not know what he wanted to do. This time, the American police were surprisingly efficient. Yi Xian was still asleep in bed when a group of armed police officers kicked open the door to the hotel room and shouted, "Freeze!" This was the first night watch. Today was the second night watch asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Tomorrow was the third night watch. The second night watch was 7 p.m. Chapter 820. Yi Xian had lived in the United States for many years. At this time, he knew the wisest choice was to stay where he was and not move. He was only glad that he was still wearing his pajamas to sleep. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing if someone lifted the blankets. Wearing bulletproof vests and helmets, the police barged into Yi Xian's room and pointed a gun at his head as they lifted the blankets. Under the blankets, Yi Xian was lying on his side in his pajamas. There were no weapons in sight. The police sighed in relief and said loudly to Yi Xian, "You have the right to remain silent. Otherwise, everything you say will be used as evidence in court. You have the right to the assistance of a lawyer. If you can't afford a lawyer, the court will appoint a free lawyer for you." Yi Xian still didn't move. He knew that not only did he have to remain silent, but he also had to remain stiff. If he moved, he could be shot in the head. The police saw that he was sensible and didn't make things difficult for him. One of them came up to handcuff him before letting him get up from the bed. Putting on his shoes, Yi Xian looked up at the police who had rushed into his room. "May I ask what crime I committed? Why am I being treated like this?" The police officer was still pointing his gun at him as he said expressionlessly, "You are suspected of murdering Mr. Vanderbilt's entire family. Now, you will come with us and wait for your lawyer to come to the police station for questioning." Yi Xian's heart sank. Mr. Vanderbilt's entire family was dead. At this time, he finally understood that Gu Yanran didn't have any feelings for him at all. All these years of companionship meant nothing to Gu Yanran. He was her partner in bed, literally her partner in bed. Now, she wanted him dead. Not only did this trap have to get rid of him, but it also had to get rid of the lawyer. That meant that the lawyer was indeed Uncle Gu's lawyer. It was all his fault. He was the one who brought death to Mr. Vanderbilt's family. Yi Xian's expression instantly turned ugly. Looking down, he took a deep breath and suppressed the sobs in his throat. I want to call my lawyer. Go ahead. The police officer raised his gun. Where's your phone? Yi Xian pointed under his pillow. A police officer took out his phone from under his pillow and placed it in Yi Xian's hand. Yi Xian rubbed his phone and opened his contact list. When he saw the lawyer's number, he thought of Gu Yanran. At that moment, he could no longer trust Gu Yanran. This lawyer had a close relationship with Gu Yanran. Gu Yanran had introduced him to Hua Xiaoheng. The moment he hired this lawyer, he would be placing his life in the hands of Gu Yanran, a woman who wanted him dead no matter what. Yi Xian thought about it for a while and decided to find another lawyer. He searched the internet for a while and found the closest lawyer who charged the highest fees to be his lawyer. Yi Xian's case was the one with the highest exposure in the area, so the lawyer immediately agreed when he received Yi Xian's call and hurriedly drove to the hotel. As soon as the lawyer arrived, he grumbled to the police about Yi Xian's rights and then expressed that he wanted to bail him out. The police did not comment and said that they would take him back to the police station first. This was normal working procedure. The lawyer also followed Yi Xian. Armed police officers left the hotel with a hooded man, and it soon became clear that this was connected to the arson at Mr. Vanderbilt's house. The Special Operations Forces field agent quickly sent a message back home. When Hua Xiaoheng received the news, it happened to be past 8 at night back home. What? That lawyer's entire family was killed. Then the local police said that Yi Xian is the suspect? Hua Xiaoheng frowned as he looked at the emergency report his subordinate submitted. He stood behind his desk and leaned forward. Clenching his fists on the desk, he stared at the report for a long time before replying in a low voice, "What is real is fake, and what is fake is real. This is killing two birds with one stone." Not bad. Zhao Liangse and Yin Shixiang both stood across from him, their expressions very serious. Zhao Liangse said, "I've already translated the secret report from the field agent." "Did you see it?" Hua Xiaoheng nodded. "I saw it. Go do what you need to do. I'll discuss it with Big Xiong." Zhao Liangse was also responsible for summarizing the large-scale intelligence of the German Federal Intelligence Service. He was so busy every day that he didn't even have time to rest. He immediately saluted and left. Yin Shixiang asked Hua Xiaoheng worriedly, "Hua Xiao, does this mean that the lawyer is real?" Gu Yanran didn't lie this time. This woman was too cunning. She lied too much. Even when she told the truth once in a while, people would treat it as a lie. It was impossible to guard against. Hua Xiaoheng thought so too, but he wouldn't shirk his responsibility because of that. From the looks of it, it should be true. Hua Xiaoheng stood up straight. It's not that she's cunning. It's that the person behind her is an expert at manipulating people's hearts. Not only is he an expert, but he also has a lot of ability to mobilize people. Hua Xiaoheng turned on the wall-mounted TV in the office. "Look, this is the American TV news report on this case." Yin Shixiang turned to look at the TV screen and saw a small town with green hills and clear waters hidden in the midst of a pale yellow mountain range. As the TV news footage changed, Hua Xiaoheng picked up the laser pointer and drew a circle around the burned house. Look, such a big house was burned down in one night without anyone knowing. Not a single person inside escaped, and then they conveniently framed Yi Xian. This case looks very difficult to believe that it was done by one person. You're saying that someone bribed the local mafia to do this? Yin Shixiang immediately looked down to search for information. Do we have information on the American mafia in Utah? Hua Xiaoheng leaned against the desk and crossed his arms. His legs stretched out lazily in front of him. He thought about it and said, "It might not be the local mafia." If you've paid attention to the problem of illegal immigrants in the United States, you'll know that the Americans are hiring these illegal immigrants from South America to commit crimes for only $500 per life. Yin Shixiang was speechless. You're saying that this case was done by a local illegal immigrant in the United States who was bribed? It's only a possibility. Of course, it could also be the local mafia. Hua Xiaoheng smiled. Since it's just a guess, we should still consider all kinds of situations. He returned to the desk and sat down. Without looking up, he said to Yin Shixiang, "Go see Chi-Chi and leak this to Nianji while you're at it." Yin Shixiang was speechless. He knew the importance of this matter and immediately agreed. He turned around to pack his things and prepared to go to the university to find Ma Chi-Chi. Ma Chi-Chi received a call from Yin Shixiang saying that he was coming to see her and would take her and Gu Nianji to dinner. He asked if they were free. Ma Chi-Chi replied happily, "Yes, yes." Ma Chi-Chi quickly arranged a place to eat with Yin Shixiang and went next door to find Gu Nianji. Nianji, brother Xiong is coming to treat us to dinner. Can you go?" Gu Nianji happened to be free that day. Although she hadn't finished her thesis, she was exhausted from the past few days and wanted to rest. She would be going to court for the second time tomorrow, so she needed to relax. Just like many students who would play like crazy before a big exam, Gu Nianji also wanted to release some stress. She agreed immediately and immediately went to shower, apply a facial mask, and change her clothes. After a while, it was time for Yin Shixiang to pick them up. Gu Nianji and Ma Chi-Chi got into Yin Shixiang's car. She consciously sat in the back seat while Ma Chi-Chi sat in the front passenger seat. Yin Shixiang turned around to look at her and smiled. "Nianji, you're not busy today." "I have to go to court tomorrow, so I can relax today." Gu Nianji said nonchalantly and started playing games on her phone. "You two chat. Just pretend I don't exist." Ma Chi-Chi blushed and pretended to cough. "Nianji, what nonsense are you talking about?" She turned around and happily chatted with Yin Shixiang. Although Yin Shixiang also thought it was funny, he liked listening to Ma Chi-Chi talk, so he also chatted with her. The two of them echoed each other, and the car suddenly became lively. Gu Nianji wished she could put on headphones to calm her ears for a while. Fortunately, they arrived at Yin Shixiang's restaurant not long after. It was a private restaurant of the Tan family, so normal people couldn't make reservations. Yin Shixiang had booked it under Hua Xiaoheng's name. He had planned to eat there with more privacy, so it would be easier to talk. Unfortunately, as soon as they walked in, they realized things didn't go as planned. Gu Yanran and Jean Wani were actually eating there as well. It was the second watch. 2 updates today seeking recommendation votes and monthly votes. Tomorrow at the third watch. Good night, dear friends. Chapter 821. Gu Nianji froze when she saw Gu Yanran sitting at a table near the window in the lobby. She was actually quite impressed by this person. The naked short film had just been removed from the internet, and she could actually come out to socialize like nothing had happened. Her mental fortitude was truly amazing. Gu Nianji, who was especially good at learning, immediately felt that she should learn from Gu Yanran's mental fortitude. She should not be happy with material gains, not be sad about personal losses, not be evil, not be good. Something seemed wrong with the last 2 sentences. Gu Nianji couldn't help but laugh. She did it on purpose. Her plump, curvy lips curved into a happy smile, and her pretty face lit up with a very infectious smile. Gu Yanran was talking to Jean Wani with a very gentle smile on her lips. She noticed someone was looking at her from the corner of her eye, and her demeanor became even more dignified. As she spoke, she quickly glanced over. When he looked over, he was stunned as well. Her face instantly fell, and tears quickly welled up in her eyes, but she forced them back down. What's wrong? Yen ran. Jean Wani followed her gaze and saw Gu Nianji, Yin Shixiang, and a tall, beautiful young woman eating together. What was the girl's name again? I think she was called Chi-Chi. Ma Chi-Chi. Gu Nianji noticed they were looking at her and waved at them nonchalantly. She smiled and greeted them. Yin Shixiang and Ma Chi-Chi also looked over. Jean Wani quickly looked away awkwardly and lowered her head to take a sip of mango juice to hide it. Gu Yanran's heart skipped a beat. She stood up with a wooden expression and trembled. I'm going to ask her how she can still smile. As she spoke, she grabbed her Chanel handbag and walked to Gu Nianji's table. Jean Wani quickly chased after her. Yanran, what are you doing? Lawyer Jean, please let go of me. I have something to ask her. Gu Yanran broke free from Jean Wani's hand and turned to Gu Nianji. Her eyes were red as she choked out, Gu Nianji, how can you still smile? Yi Xian went to the United States to commit murder and arson because of you, and you're still here enjoying the good life. Can you face your own conscience? My father adopted you so that you could rob him of his property by any means necessary. Bully his own daughter. Yin Shixiang was overjoyed when he heard this. He had just been racking his brains to think of a way to discreetly leak Yi Xian's crimes in the United States to Gu Nianji. He could tell the truth without breaking any rules. But now, Gu Yanran had stepped forward to solve his problems. He wouldn't break the rules, and Gu Nianji also knew about it. What a happy ending. He had to give Gu Yanran a like. Although this was what Yin Shixiang was thinking, his face showed a serious expression. He calmly stood up from behind the dining table and said in a low voice, Lawyer Jean, what's going on? You are a lawyer and Miss Gu's representative. How could you allow her to slander others in public? Aren't you afraid of bringing new lawsuits to Miss Gu? Gu Yanran raised her finely drawn eyebrows in surprise. She looked at Yin Shixiang, then at Gu Nianji. What's wrong? Don't you know? Then she stared at Gu Nianji and sneered. It's fine if they don't know, but you're pretending not to know as well. Isn't that too fake? Gu Nianji didn't take Gu Yanran seriously at all. She sat motionlessly in her seat and smiled dryly. What do I know? Miss Gu suddenly rushed over to accuse me. Did you forget to take your medicine when you left home today? Miss Gu controls so much of the Gu family's wealth, but you can't even afford a doctor. Don't worry. Although I want to settle the score with you, I won't leave you with no money for the treatment. You're saying I'm sick. Gu Yanran pointed at her own nose. Gu Nianji, keep pretending, keep pretending. Yi Xian was arrested in the United States, but you're not sad at all. A woman like you has a heart of stone and a heart of a wolf. Splash. Gu Nianji grabbed the glass of water on the table and splashed it at Gu Yanran's face. I ignored you, but you're taking advantage of me. Gu Nianji's expression darkened. Apologize. Apologize now, or I'll really sue you. I mean what I say. Gu Nianji looked sharply at Jean Wani. Lawyer Jean, you know I'm not joking. Jean Wani hesitated for a second, but her face quickly filled with smiles. She said to Gu Nianji, Second Miss Gu, it was Miss Gu's fault today. I apologize on her behalf. No, I have to make her apologize to me personally. Gu Nianji didn't let it go. She raised her chin slightly and gestured towards Gu Yanran. Making her apologize is already letting her off easy. Lawyer Jean, don't push your luck. Jean Wani's face flushed from Gu Nianji's words in front of Yin Shixiang. She didn't know how to back down. However, her self-discipline as a lawyer prevented her from saying anything worse. She could only hold it in and bite her lower lip until it bled. Yin Shixiang didn't even look at her and continued to tease Gu Yanran. Ha! What did you say? Why are you cursing someone for committing murder and arson? Miss Gu, if I remember correctly, Yi Xian is your, best male friend, right? Yin Shixiang hummed for a long time and used the word best male friend. Ma Qiqi snorted and laughed so hard her shoulders shook. Gu Nianji also found it funny and nodded. Brother Xiong is right. Miss Gu, aren't you afraid of retribution for cursing your own little wolf dog like this? She knew that Yi Xian had gone to the United States to look for Gu Xiangwen's lawyer. She also knew that Hu Xiaoheng had sent Special Operations Forces field personnel to keep an eye on Yi Xian. Therefore, she was very relieved and didn't believe Gu Yanran's words at all. She only thought that Gu Yanran was exaggerating again to purposely distract her. Gu Yanran saw that these people didn't believe her and snorted. She took out her phone and found the video of the United States news. She passed it to Gu Nianji. See for yourself. Don't say I didn't warn you. Yi Xian went to the United States for you. Now that he has committed a crime like this, even if it's not the death penalty, he will be in prison for the rest of his life. Can your conscience really rest in peace? Gu Nianji glanced at the video on Gu Yanran's phone and had a thought. It didn't look fake. Yin Shixiang also came over to take a look and said loudly, who knows if this is real or not? Nianji, search for it yourself. Gu Nianji snapped back to reality and took out her phone to search for the news that Gu Yanran had mentioned. When a series of news reports and videos appeared on her phone, her heart sank. Gu Yanran was actually telling the truth. Gu Yanran saw that Gu Nianji was looking down at her phone and didn't speak anymore. She finally put away her phone and said loudly, see, I wasn't wrong, right? Yi Xian is willing to sacrifice his life for you. He can even do something so illegal, yet you're still trying to slander me and say that he's my little wolf dog. Aren't you afraid of retribution? Gu Yanran returned Gu Nianji's words. Her heart felt like she was eating ice cream during the hottest days of summer. She had been losing ground to Gu Nianji recently and was very sullen. Fortunately, that person was smart and powerful. He helped her recover the situation as soon as he made a move. Everyone said that Gu Nianji was smart, but in Gu Yanran's eyes, she couldn't even compare to one of that person's fingers. Gu Nianji quickly finished reading all the news and videos and turned off her phone. She looked up calmly at Gu Yanran and said, Miss Gu, do you think I don't understand English? The news only said that a certain man with the surname Yi was the suspect. How could you directly convict him? The court hasn't even tried it yet. Also, the news only said that the surname was Yi. How did you know it was Yi Xian? Could this matter have something to do with you, so you knew it was him the moment you saw the news? The muscles on Gu Yanran's face twitched instinctively. She never thought that Gu Nianji would be able to see so many twists and turns just by watching a piece of news. At this moment, she decided not to act on her own. That person told her not to say anything in front of Gu Nianji to prevent her from using it against her. However, she thought that today was the perfect opportunity to build momentum and use it as evidence in court tomorrow. She didn't think that the more she said, the more mistakes she would make. Gu Yanran looked down at the table to hide the hint of panic in her eyes. She remained silent. Jean Wani finally said. When Yi Xian went to the United States, he had a huge argument with Miss Gu. He asked for the lawyer's address and said he wanted to help Miss Gu. Miss Gu saw the address on the news, and the person who got into trouble was Mr. Gu's lawyer. The suspect's surname was Yi, so it wasn't a big deal for her to make such a logical deduction, right? Miss Gu is also a lawyer. Are you going to question such a logical deduction? Gu Nianji glanced at Jean Wani and smiled. I was just asking. Lawyer Jean and Miss Gu don't have to be anxious. Alright, we're going to eat. If there's nothing else, please give us some peace. Seeing that Gu Nianji already knew about the news, Yin Shixiang secretly sighed in relief. He didn't want to eat there anymore, so he waved for the head waiter to come over. Is there a private room? The head waiter was a bit troubled. A private room requires a special reservation. Tan's cuisine had very few private rooms. Not only did it require a special reservation, but it also required someone with a certain status to make the reservation. Yin Shixiang quickly used Hua Xiaoheng's card. Hua Xiao asked us to make a reservation. Can you do us a favor? The head waiter quickly said, please wait a moment. I'll go ask the manager. After the head waiter left, Jin Wani glanced at Yin Shixiang and wanted to say something to him. However, Yin Shixiang picked up the menu on the table and approached Ma Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi, what do you want to eat? He was so intimate and didn't try to avoid suspicion. Jin Wani felt a lump in her throat. She couldn't get it up or down. She almost vomited. She looked at Yin Shixiang. It wasn't like she wanted to catch up with him. Did he have to treat her like this? Jin Wani's expression darkened. She turned to Gu Yanran. Miss Gu, I'm already full. Are you full? Gu Yanran didn't want to eat in the same restaurant as Gu Nianji. She had already achieved her goal, so she nodded at Jin Wani. I'm also full. Let's go. The two of them didn't even say goodbye and turned to leave. However, Gu Nianji's mind was completely focused on the news about Yi Xian. She was still thinking about it when she walked into the private room. Her brows furrowed even tighter. She vaguely felt that this matter wasn't that simple. This was the first update. It's the third update today asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. It's Monday again. Especially recommendation votes, dear. First update for Qian Mo's April's Spiritual Pet Fate, 100,000 Chidian dollars, at 1 p.m. The third update at 7 p.m. Chapter 822. When it was time to order, Gu Nianji was still distracted. Ma Chi-Chi wanted to remind her, but Yin Shixiang gave her a look and whispered, don't disturb her. We'll just order. The Tan family's cuisine was famous for cooking all kinds of dried and fresh seafood, especially shark's fin. It could be written into a book with 108 ways to eat shark's fin. Yin Shixiang first ordered stir-fried duck liver, oysters with vermicelli and garlic, and 5 spiced little silver fish as appetizers. He then ordered braised shark's fin as the main course. The braised shark's fin was made from hens that had been roasted with remania. The chicken meat was almost cooked into juice, and it matched with the thick and smooth shark's fin. It was fresh, soft, and not greasy. She looked at the menu again and finally ordered a clear broth with bird's nest as dessert. It was called a clear broth, but it was actually a clear broth. Just the chicken, duck, ham, scallops were countless. Ma Chi-Chi had never eaten such delicious food before, so she couldn't take her eyes off the food. There was no one else in her eyes except for the food on the table. She looked at the food lovingly, and Yin Shixiang felt like he was jealous of the food. However, Gu Nianji didn't like the taste of the food. She only stuffed the food into her mouth mechanically and ate until she was full. To her, the shark's fin was like vermicelli. Yin Shixiang saw this but didn't disturb her. Gu Nianji must be using her smart brain to think about such an important matter, so he didn't want to disturb her. After the meal, Ma Chi-Chi burped. Gu Nianji finally snapped out of it and looked at Yin Shixiang. Does Hua Xiao know about this? Yin Shixiang poured himself some yellow wine and twirled the wine glass in his hand. Normally, foreign affairs are compiled into internal reports. I don't know if this incident was included. Gu Nianji understood Yin Shixiang's meaning when she heard his words. Hua Xiao probably knew, but it wasn't convenient for him to tell her. Gu Nianji smiled knowingly when she recalled Yin Shixiang's words and actions after Gu Yanran said those words. Yin Shixiang had specially invited her and Ma Qiqi to dinner today, so it was most likely because of this matter. Hua Xiaoheng sent someone to keep an eye on Yi Xian. If anything happened to Yi Xian, Hua Xiaoheng would know immediately. Gu Nianji was very worried about the field agent Hua Xiaoheng had sent to keep an eye on Yi Xian. She was afraid that something had happened to him. Gu Nianji still felt bad about the sacrifice of the two field agents in Germany. Although she hadn't caused their deaths, Boren had died because of her even though she hadn't killed them. Gu Nianji felt very uneasy. She was thinking about how to ask a question that would allow Yin Shixiang to answer her without violating their rules. Brother Xiong, how have you been recently? Although you're busy with work, you have to take care of your health. Gu Nianji asked tentatively, do you want to go back and tell Hua Xiao about the American news? Yin Shixiang's eyes flashed. Yeah, it's fine. We're all fine. We haven't been busy lately. He answered Gu Nianji's question implicitly. The field agent was not implicated. Gu Nianji sighed, and the smile on her face relaxed. Ma Qiqi slumped into the chair and wiped her mouth with a tissue. She finally had time to gossip. Nianji, why did Gu Yanran speak like that just now? It gave me goosebumps. Ma Qiqi shrugged. Even after something like that happened, she could still walk around as if no one was around. She didn't even wear sunglasses. I really have to give it to her. Gu Nianji, who was used to self-reflection, couldn't help but wonder if she was too thin-skinned. But when she thought about the things that Gu Yanran did that normal people couldn't do, she understood. It wasn't that she was thin-skinned, but that some people didn't have the concept of being thin-skinned at all. I also have to give it to her. Her mental fortitude is too good. Gu Nianji finished the bird's nest soup in a few mouthfuls and brought the biluakan over to rinse her mouth. She said, Brother Xiong, thank you for today. I still have something to do, so I'm going back to school now. You and Qiqi can help yourselves. As she spoke, she grabbed her bag and rushed out. Nianji. Don't leave me. Ma Qiqi reached out to stop her, but Yin Shixiang had already stopped her. Nianji is busy. Don't cause trouble. Ma Qiqi froze. Her gaze slowly moved down to their interlocked hands. Yin Shixiang smiled and quickly let go of her hand, but Ma Qiqi reflexively grabbed it. This was their first time holding hands, so they were both a bit nervous. Their palms were sweaty, but neither of them let go. They held hands like that until they paid the bill and walked out of Tan's Cuisine's door, their fingers still interlocked. When they got into the car, Yin Shixiang finally let go. Ma Qiqi blushed and got in. She held the hand that Yin Shixiang had held with one hand and kept rubbing it. She didn't know what she was thinking. Yin Shixiang actually didn't think much about it today before grabbing Ma Qiqi's hand. He didn't want her to cause trouble for Gu Nianji. But after grabbing it, he realized he couldn't let go. Neither of them spoke and drove back to the B University female graduate student dormitory. Ma Qiqi got out of the car in a panic and didn't even say goodbye. Yin Shixiang sat in the car and leaned against the steering wheel. He looked at Ma Qiqi's panicked back and wanted to laugh, but he also felt sweet inside. There was a feeling that he had never felt before rising in his heart. It was like a sense of responsibility, but it was also like a kind of impulse. He was very sure that this was the first time in his life that he had this kind of feeling of responsibility and impulse intertwined. Perhaps it was time to come clean with Ma Qiqi. Yin Shixiang raised his eyebrows and looked in the direction of Ma Qiqi and Gu Nianji's dormitory. He stepped on the gas and drove away. Gu Nianji returned to campus first. She didn't return to the dormitory but went to the library instead. She found a secluded corner to search for information online. She watched the American news over and over again. As long as it was video or written news, she didn't let it go. Especially the local police station's constant press conferences to inform the media of the progress of the case. She was sure that Hu Xiaoheng must have gotten more information because that field agent should be by Yi Xian's side. Of course, he was hidden in the dark. He wouldn't and shouldn't expose himself. Time passed by, and the sky darkened. Gu Nianji propped her head on her hand and looked at the gradually darkening sky outside the library's large glass window. She dismissed the idea of looking for Hu Xiaoheng. She now understood that the information from Hu Xiaoheng's side was useful to them, but it was useless to Gu Nianji. That was because that information couldn't be used as evidence in court. Since it couldn't be presented to the court as public information, then she didn't want it. She wanted to find clues from the public news in the United States to deal with the possible attacks from Gu Yanran and Jean Wani. The next day's court session started at 8 in the morning. The second round of the estate dispute between Gu Nianji and Gu Yanran was held in Court A of the Imperial Capital High People's Court. This time, only Yin Shixiang and Ma Qiqi came to listen. Hu Xiaoheng and Zhao Liangzi didn't come. Gu Yanran only brought a British housekeeper with her. There weren't many people sitting in the huge courtroom. Also, it was a closed courtroom that wasn't open to the public. The media and ordinary citizens couldn't come to listen. Only some court officials, Speaker Long's assistant, General Ji's personal secretary, and some others came to listen. At 8:00 sharp, everyone was present. The judge announced the topic of today's second trial, which was to verify and divide the assets according to the inventory that Gu Yanran submitted. There was also the matter of Gu Nianji's adoption documents. Because Gu Yanran's side said that it would take another 3 months to verify, this issue wouldn't be discussed for now. The judge banged his gavel and said solemnly, "Plaintiff, do you have any objections to the inventory submitted by the defendant?" The court also sent the inventory that Gu Yanran submitted to Gu Nianji. Because in an estate dispute like this, both parties needed to reach an agreement on the total value of all the assets before proceeding to the division process. Gu Nianji carefully studied the inventory that Gu Yanran submitted and compared it with the inventory that Yi Xian had given her. It was only 1/3 of the inventory. Gu Yanran listed all the patents, but only a very small portion of the bank accounts, investment funds, bank safety deposit boxes, antiques, and the holding company in the Cayman Islands were listed. Gu Nianji thought about it. The patents were easier to check, so it wouldn't be easy for Gu Yanran to hide it. However, the other assets were easy to hide. So when the judge asked Gu Nianji if she had any objections to the inventory, she immediately said, "Your Honor, I have objections." Gu Yanran raised a brow and exchanged a meaningful look with Jean Wani. Jean Wani smiled and waited for Gu Nianji to make things difficult for her. This was the second update, and the first update of the spiritual pet fate, 100,000 Chidian dollars, for Qian Mo's wife, April, had arrived. Today is the third update requesting recommendation votes and monthly votes. It was Monday again, especially recommendation votes. The third update was at 7 p.m. Chapter 823. The judge clasped his hands together on the table and nodded at Gu Nianji expressionlessly. "Plaintiff, state your reasons." This was a courtroom. Regardless of whether they agreed or disagreed, they had to be reasonable and have the law to follow. Gu Nianji smiled and nodded. She turned to look in Jean Wani and Gu Yanran's direction and said with a smile, "You two seem to be very excited about my questions. Could it be that you purposely gave me a fake list and waited for me to ask questions? Then break them one by one." Gu Nianji wasn't someone who could be led by the nose. Objection. Plaintiff is using assumptions to replace facts to slander my client. Jean Wani immediately refuted Gu Nianji. The judge looked down and looked at the list of assets Gu Yanran had submitted. He thought about it and said to Gu Nianji, "Plaintiff, please watch your words." "Yes, Your Honor." Gu Nianji bowed in the direction of the judge and looked at Jin Wani and Gu Yanran. Her expression changed and became much more serious. "Before I state my reasons, I would like to ask Lawyer Jean if you have ever told your client that fraud is a crime." "Lawyer Jean, do you know that assisting your client in perjury is a serious crime for you?" "What do you mean?" Jin Wani's expression changed. "Gu Nianji, this is an estate dispute case. It's a financial case, not a criminal case. Why are you talking about fraud and perjury? Isn't it?" Gu Nianji walked in front of them. Her tall figure stood in front of Jin Wani and Gu Yanran. Her aura was threatening and oppressive. "Lawyer Jean, you should educate your client about the law and tell her what fraud is. According to our country's laws, fraud is an act of using fictitious facts or concealing the truth to defraud a relatively large amount of public or private property for the purpose of illegal possession. The maximum penalty for serious cases is life imprisonment. This is completely suitable for your client, Gu Yanran." Gu Yanran's expression changed, and her lips trembled violently. However, because she had said too much yesterday, she still had a trace of rationality and resisted speaking to Gu Nianji. Jin Wani first looked at Gu Yanran comfortingly to tell her not to worry. She then said slowly to Gu Nianji, "Gu Nianji, you're threatening my client in court like this. I can request a restraining order from the court and forbid you from defending yourself." Gu Nianji chuckled and opened the folder in her hands in Jin Wani's direction. "Lawyer Jean, almost every country's laws have the same stipulation. Everyone has the natural right to represent themselves in litigation. This right is above a lawyer's right to representation. As long as I am in a sound state of mind and am fully responsible for legal action, the court cannot deprive me of my right to represent myself. Lawyer Jean, Principles of Law is a very good course. If you don't remember it, you can use the credit requirement for continuing education every year to take this course again." Jin Wani sneered. Her aura was no less imposing than Gu Nianji's. "Gu Nianji, you're still the same. You haven't improved at all. Do you think you can win the case by making personal attacks in court? Lawyer Jean, you haven't improved much either. First of all, assault is not a legal definition. Second of all, assault includes attacking another person's body. So your accusation is baseless. First, I didn't break the law. Second, I didn't attack your body. So you saying I'm making a personal attack is a form of slander in itself. Assault is not a legal definition, but slander is." Gu Nianji calmly flipped open her folder. "But today isn't the time to discuss these issues. Lawyer Jean, it's useless to argue with me even if you argue until next year." Gu Nianji seemed to be saying something obvious. It was like the sky was about to rain or the trees were about to blow. She didn't look pleased or happy at all. Jin Wani hated Gu Nianji's condescending attitude the most. When she acted like this in court, it made it seem like the truth and the law were on her side. It made people want to curse her. Gu Nianji looked at Gu Yanran with a straight face and said calmly, "Let's get back to the crime of fraud. Gu Yanran, your lawyer didn't educate you about the law. I'll do it for you today. I'll say this first, I don't charge for educating you. I'm a good citizen of the country." Objection. The topic raised by the plaintiff has nothing to do with the case. Jin Wani had no choice. Seeing Gu Nianji getting further and further off topic, she couldn't let her lead her by the nose. Before the judge could speak, Gu Nianji immediately said, "Your Honor, I will prove that my topic is greatly related to the case." Gu Yanran was so angry that even the tips of her ears turned red. What was Gu Nianji trying to prove? Was she trying to prove that she was a swindler? Gu Yanran stood up in a flash. Jin Wani quickly stopped her. "Miss Gu, please calm down. I know what I'm doing. Jean Wani hinted that she already had a plan, so Gu Yanran slowly sat back down. Gu Nianji felt it was a pity that Gu Yanran didn't explode in court. It seemed like she controlled her temper well this time. Gu Nianji knocked on the table nonchalantly and said, "Defendant Gu Yanran, the crime of fraud is the act of using fictitious facts or concealing the truth to defraud a relatively large amount of public or private property for the purpose of illegal possession. In your case, you used fictitious facts or concealing the truth to defraud the Gu family's assets for the purpose of illegal possession. The amount of private property you defrauded was so large that it was outrageous. Therefore, if you insist on concealing the truth and don't hand over the inventory of all the assets, I can guarantee that your sentence will be the highest, life imprisonment." "You're slandering me." Gu Yanran was finally enraged, and her tall chest rose and fell. Jean Wani quickly interrupted Gu Yanran and rushed to say to Gu Nianji, "You need evidence to speak in court. What right do you have to say that my client made up facts and concealed the truth? She is the biological daughter of the Gu family. What do you mean by illegal possession of the Gu family's assets?" Gu Nianji let out a long "oh" and spread her hands. "Fine, I didn't say it strictly enough. Gu Yanran probably had the purpose of illegally possessing my portion of the Gu family's assets. You can't deny that, right? We're standing here in court today because of this portion of the Gu family's assets that belongs to me." Jean Wani was momentarily speechless by Gu Nianji. Indeed, they were here in the estate dispute case because Gu Nianji had a claim on the Gu family's assets. "Look, Gu Yanran, even your lawyer is speechless. It's obvious that I'm right. Think about it carefully. I'll give you 5 minutes to consider whether or not you should submit another inventory of the Gu family's assets." Gu Nianji slammed a piece of white paper on the table in front of Gu Yanran. She then turned to look at Jean Wani. "Lawyer Jean, let's talk about the crime of perjury. According to our country's laws, concealing important criminal evidence or assisting in the commission of perjury during legal proceedings can result in a sentence ranging from 3 to 7 years in prison if the circumstances are serious. Judicial personnel who commit the crime of perjury will receive a heavier punishment." Gu Nianji emphasized the last sentence. "Lawyer Jean, have you thought about it? If you insist that this inventory is true, you are most likely suspected of perjury. Also, why didn't you sign this inventory of assets? Why was Gu Yanran the only one who signed it?" Jean Wani bit her lip and quickly thought about it. She avoided the sensitive topic of signing and continued to refute Gu Nianji. "Gu Nianji, according to our country's laws, if testimony or other evidence is false and not intentionally forged, then it is not considered forged evidence. As for me, I did not intentionally induce or assist in the fabrication of evidence. Therefore, even if the evidence is false, I am not involved in the crime of perjury." Gu Nianji was a bit surprised. Jean Wani had really improved. She could actually rebut her. However, Gu Nianji didn't show it and didn't pursue the matter of Jean Wani not signing it. It could be considered as letting her off the hook. Gu Nianji's eyes flashed as she asked again, "Really? But you have to think carefully. Whether or not it was intentionally forged depends on the court's verdict. It's not something that you can get away with just saying that you didn't mean it. When it came to court, there must be a solid chain of evidence to prove that it was indeed not intentional." Jean Wani fell silent again. Gu Nianji gained the upper hand by making a show of strength. She wanted to make them doubt her first so that she could carry out the next round of attacks. "Your Honor, the reason why I said that the defendant, Gu Yanran, may be suspected of fraud, and the defendant's lawyer, Jean Wani, may be suspected of forging evidence is because I still have an inventory of the Gu assets here." At that moment, Gu Nianji took out the inventory of the Gu assets that Yi Xian had given her and gave it to the court staff to present to the judge. This is the third update. Today is the third update seeking recommendation votes and monthly votes. It's Monday again, especially recommendation votes. Chapter 824. Your Honor, this is a list of the GU assets that I obtained from other sources. For this reason, I compared it with the list submitted by Gu Yenran that the court forwarded to me. I can clearly see that the list submitted by the defendant, Gu Yenran, is at least 2/3 less than the list I have. Therefore, I have reason to believe that the defendant intentionally hid the assets that originally belonged to the Gu family and had ill intentions. Therefore, she is guilty of fraud. Gu Nianji looked in Gu Yenran's direction and enunciated each word slowly. Her eyes stared at Gu Yenran and did not miss a single change in her expression. However, Gu Yenran was probably prepared, so she controlled her expression very well. She showed an appropriate expression of shock, then smiled slightly and shook her head. She seemed to be sighing with an expression of disbelief. The judge looked down at the list submitted by Gu Nianji, then looked at the comparison of the two. After a long time, he looked up and asked Gu Nianji, "Where did you get this list from?" Jean Wani's eyes flashed as she asked the judge, "Yes, Gu Nianji, where did you get this list?" "That's strange. Didn't you lose your memory? How could you remember how much the Gu family had? Also, you left the Gu family 7 years ago. Where did you get the inventory of the Gu family's assets?" Gu Nianji looked at Jean Wani, then at the judge. She purposely hesitated and stammered, "Do I have to say?" "Of course. Otherwise, how would we know if you obtained this list legally? Evidence in court must follow the principles of procedural justice. Once there is a mistake in the procedure, even real evidence cannot be used as evidence in court." Jean Wani immediately spoke with confidence. She appeared to be professional and sharp. "If you cannot state the source, then your list was obtained illegally and cannot be used as legal evidence in the first place." Gu Yenran finally relaxed a little about Jean Wani. She thought that she had spent so much money to hire Jean Wani, so it was worth it. The judge also said, "Plaintiff, please answer the court's question." An important principle in estate disputes is to first confirm the legality of the disputed subject matter. Only on this basis can the assets be distributed. Gu Nianji also looked troubled. After a while, she whispered, "Yi Xian gave it to me." "Who is Yi Xian?" Jean Wani's heart pounded, and she was so excited that it was about to jump out of her throat. This time, Gu Nianji had finally fallen into their trap. Jean Wani was so excited that her hands were trembling. Gu Yenran, on the other hand, closed her eyes and thanked the heavens in her heart. That person could really be said to have taken every possibility into account. However, Gu Yenran also had some doubts. It was that person who told her that her father was Gu Xiangwen's lawyer. She didn't know about it at all. If she had known, she would have dealt with the lawyer a long time ago. "I won't wait until today." But how on earth did they know that? Gu Yenran was confused. Her gaze wandered around the courtroom and unconsciously met Gu Nianji's gaze. Her mind went blank for a moment. Gu Nianji's gaze swept past Gu Yenran's face. Gu Yenran could only remember Gu Nianji's bright eyes. Her eyes were dark, like fine black velvet. They were soft and sparkling under the light, but they were bottomless. They hid all her thoughts and worries. This 19-year-old girl was facing an increasingly difficult situation. How could she have such a calm and composed gaze? Gu Yenran's heart skipped a beat. When she looked again, she saw that Gu Nianji had already lowered her head and was organizing the scattered documents on the table in front of her. The judge banged his gavel. "Plaintiff, who is Yi Xian? Please answer the court's questions." Gu Nianji slowly raised her head and quickly glanced at Gu Yenran before looking back at the judge. She coughed lightly. "Yi Xian is an orphan that my father, Gu Xiangwen, once supported. After my father met with misfortune, he worked under Gu Yanran as the Gu family's computer supervisor and financial supervisor. Therefore, I believe the list he provided. So it's this Yi Xian. No wonder. Jean Wani perked up and immediately dropped her own bombshell. Your Honor, the list of the Gu family's assets submitted by the plaintiff is not credible. On behalf of my client, I ask the court to carefully consider and not accept the contents of the list of the Gu family's assets submitted by the plaintiff. Objection. Gu Nianji immediately refuted Jean Wani's suggestion. This list was provided by the financial supervisor who is most familiar with the Gu family's assets. May I ask why the defendant's lawyer says it cannot be trusted? Jean Wani flashed a victorious smile and bared her pearly white teeth at Gu Nianji. She turned to the judge and said passionately, because Yi Xian is deliberately framing me. Your Honor, you may not know yet, but Yi Xian is indeed an orphan that Mr. Gu Xiangwen supported. However, after Mr. Gu's accident, Miss Gu Yanran was supporting the Gu family on her own. He took advantage of her when she was in danger and had wild ambitions. Not only did he forcibly occupy Miss Gu Yanran, but he also frequently abused her. He destroyed my client both physically and mentally. How can you believe the evidence provided by such a scumbag? Gu Nianji revealed a stunned expression. It perfectly showed that she had no idea about this side of Yi Xian. Gu Yanran was secretly pleased. She was even more impressed by that person's strategy of killing 3 birds with 1 stone. What's more, Yi Xian not only wants my client, but also all of the Gu family's assets. My client is only a weak woman. Under Yi Xian's tyrannical power, she had to swallow her anger and deal with him. However, she swore that she would never agree to his demands. Yi Xian saw that he couldn't get any benefits from my client, so he turned to threaten her. He said that if she didn't obey him and hand over all of his assets, he wouldn't let her get a single cent. Jean Wani described it vividly like she was writing a novel. Many people in the courtroom listened with great interest, including Gu Nianji. She widened her big, black eyes and said in shock, "No way. How could Yi Xian be this kind of person?" Lawyer Jean, are you sure you're defending in court and not telling stories in a tea house? Jean Wani's face was a bit hot. Her statement just now was only to create a preconceived impression in the courtroom, so she intentionally exaggerated it. That way, she could gain the upper hand and create a bad image of Yi Xian for everyone. It was a bit out of line, but in a lawsuit, as long as it wasn't illegal, lawyers could do whatever they wanted. Didn't Gu Nianji use many methods in court in the past? Jean Wani silently criticized Gu Nianji and turned to the judge. Your Honor, there is evidence of Yi Xian abusing my client. As she spoke, she presented the photos of Gu Yanran's injuries taken at the hospital a few days ago to the court. These photos are ironclad evidence of Yi Xian abusing my client. Your Honor, please consider carefully and not accept Yi Xian's testimony, Jean Wani said calmly. Gu Nianji's eyes narrowed slightly as she quietly looked at Jean Wani. She now understood that Jean Wani and Gu Yanran's plan was to completely make Yi Xian lose his credibility as a witness. As long as he lost his credibility, all of his testimony would have the possibility of being fake and would not be accepted by the court. The judge looked down at the photos, as well as the doctor's examination report and the police officer's signature. Gu Nianji didn't say anything the entire time. She waited for the judge to finish looking at the photos before saying, Your Honor, can I see those photos? Objection. Jean Wani immediately jumped up. These photos are related to my client's privacy. Your Honor, please seal them and not spread them. Ha! Gu Nianji finally laughed, then retracted her smile. She asked sternly, Lawyer Jean, this is not right of you. How can you take out evidence to support your own point of view and then not allow others to see it? Furthermore, I am not someone else. I am the plaintiff in this case. If you say that your photos have nothing to do with this case, I will definitely not see them. But you are using these photos as evidence to refute the inventory of the Gu family's assets that I submitted. That is not unrelated to this case. May I ask what reason do you have to refuse to allow me to examine the photos? Jean Wani lowered her head and didn't meet her gaze as she said, these photos are indirect evidence. According to the law, the judge can decide. Okay. Gu Nianji didn't look at her anymore and turned to look at the judge. Your Honor, I can refuse to look at the photos, but I want to see the doctor's diagnosis report and the police officer's testimony. Also, I want to summon the doctor who treated the defendant, Gu Yanran, and the police officer who came into contact with Gu Yanran at the time. I need to interrogate them in court. The judge nodded. Agreed. As he spoke, he kept the photos but ordered someone to bring the doctor's diagnosis report and the police officer's testimony to Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji didn't want to see Gu Yanran's disgusting photos anyway, so it was better not to let her see them. However, she still had to fight for it. It wouldn't be good if she was too calm and made the other party suspicious. Very quickly, the court staff photocopied the doctor's diagnosis report and the police officer's testimony and placed it in front of Gu Nianji. Then the judge announced, due to the appearance of new evidence, today's trial is over. The new evidence submitted by the defendant will be verified by the court, and the doctor and police will be summoned at the same time. The trial will resume next Monday. The gavel struck, and the second trial of the estate dispute case ended just like that. Gu Nianji calmly put away all the documents and photocopies and put them in her laptop bag. Jean Wani and Gu Yanran looked at each other and smiled confidently. Jean Wani smiled as she walked to Gu Nianji and extended her hand. Lawyer Gu, thank you for letting me win today. Gu Nianji didn't look up, nor did she shake her hand. She didn't even look at her. With a frosty expression, she slammed her laptop bag on the table, zipped it up, and left the courtroom without looking back. Ma Chi-Chi, who was listening by the side, panicked and called out, Nianji. Gu Yanran couldn't help but laugh. Oh my! Look at her face, it's never been so dark. She's so ungentlemanly. Jean Wani pulled Gu Yanran's arm and walked out. She laughed quietly. All right, Yanran. Keep your mouth shut. There's a tough battle next Monday. Gu Yanran immediately calmed down, but the smile in her eyes rolled. She couldn't help it. This is the first update. Today is the third update. I'm asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Where are the recommendation votes from the relatives? You don't even give a full vote at the third update. What a sad thing. At 1 p.m., we'll add the second update for the spiritual pet fate, 100,000 Chidian dollars, that Qian Mo's relatives gave in April. At 7 p.m., the third update. Chapter 825. Nianji. Nianji. Wait for me. Ma Chi-Chi panted as she caught up to Gu Nianji. Holding her hand, her eyes were red. Nianji, don't be sad. Gu Nianji glanced at Gu Yanran and Jean Wani, who were staring at her from afar. She thought about Hu Xiaohing's usual expressionless face, and her bright eyes dimmed. She said calmly, Chi-Chi, I'm fine. She grasped her hand and pulled her away. Ma Chi-Chi's heart skipped a beat when Gu Nianji held her hand, but her expression didn't change. Holding her hand, they got into Yin Shixiang's car. Yin Shixiang didn't say anything. He started the car and drove to Gu Nianji and Ma Chi-Chi's school. On the way there, Ma Chi-Chi saw that there was no one else and asked Gu Nianji quietly, Nianji, what happened to you? Were you speechless because of their questions in court? This wasn't like the Gu Nianji they knew. She had always been a person who would try to be reasonable even when she was being unreasonable, let alone when she was fighting against her opponents in court. Ma Qiqi's concern warmed Gu Nianji. She shook her hand. I'm fine. I can only judge their true intentions when they're happy. I know what I'm doing. That's good. Ma Qiqi sighed deeply and leaned back in the back seat. Slapping her forehead, she said, but Nianji, you were really good at acting in court. Even I was fooled. I thought. Gu Nianji hugged her arm and leaned her head on her shoulder. Acting coquettishly, she said, Qiqi, Qiqi, don't be angry. I was doing it for the lawsuit. I didn't want to lie to you. Her voice was coy and soft when she acted coquettishly. Ma Qiqi felt her bones soften even though she was a woman. She quickly smiled. Okay, I didn't say you lied to me. Nianji, speak properly. I'm going to turn gay if you keep this up. Yin Shixiang finally coughed. Nianji, Qiqi isn't Huashao. Don't try to coax her. Gu Nianji spat at the front seat and sat up straight. She said sternly, Brother Xiong, don't talk nonsense. When did I act coquettishly? I was apologizing to Qiqi. Yin Shixiang chuckled. Gu Nianji saw that Yin Shixiang didn't believe her, so she didn't explain further. She rolled her eyes 180 times in her heart, but she still needed him to speak on Hua Xiaoheng's behalf. She thought about it and said, during the third hearing next Monday, I will interrogate the doctor and the police. Yi Xian's case will be put on the agenda. Yi Xian's case in the United States was the focus of Gu Nianji's attention recently. She was even more concerned about it than her own estate dispute. To put it bluntly, these two cases were actually the same case. Because of Gu Nianji's estate dispute case, Yi Xian's case in the United States had come about. Yin Shixiang understood what Gu Nianji meant and nodded slightly at the front. Gu Nianji turned to look out the window and pondered the questions to be asked during Monday's trial. After sending them back to school, Yin Shixiang returned to the Special Operations Forces headquarters base. Hua Xiaoheng was waiting for him in the office. Yin Shixiang closed the door and saluted Hua Xiaoheng. Mr. Hua. Sit. Hua Xiaoheng pointed at the chair across from his desk. Nianji has a message for me. Yin Shixiang froze. Hua Xiao, how did you know? I think you two really do have telepathy. Hua Xiaoheng was unmoved by Yin Shixiang's flattery. He looked at him calmly. Go ahead. Yin Shixiang became serious. Gu Yanran and Jin Wani are fully prepared this time. They want Yi Xian dead. He had already used his phone to live stream the trial to Hua Xiaoheng. However, what Gu Nianji said in the car had to be said by him personally. Although he didn't understand what she meant, he still repeated it verbatim to Hua Xiaoheng. Nianji said that during the third trial next Monday, she will be interrogating the doctor and police. Yi Xian's case will be put on the agenda. Hua Xiaoheng propped his chin on one hand and held the mouse with the other. He opened a few pages on the computer and looked at them. After a while, he nodded. Got it. You can go now. Oh. You understand. Yin Shixiang scratched his head. You really understand? Yeah. Hua Xiaoheng didn't say anything else. He put his hands down and began typing on the keyboard with both hands. Yin Shixiang quietly left. He still didn't understand what Hua Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji wanted to do. However, he understood one thing in the afternoon because Hua Xiaoheng asked him to contact the police headquarters and ask them to keep an eye on the progress of Yi Xian's case. Time always passed especially fast for people who were in a good mood. Gu Yanran felt like it was Monday in the blink of an eye. It was time to go to court again. This time, she wore Chanel's new fall, winter black and white thousand birds plaid dress suit. Her soft black hair was tied into a bun at the back of her head. Her snow-white skin didn't have any makeup on. She only had a light pink lipstick. When she looked in the mirror, she actually looked like Gu Nianji. However, she didn't have her big eyes. Gu Yanran looked in the mirror for a while and seemed to remember something. The blue hole of the Caribbean kept appearing in her mind, and she felt a little dizzy. Holding on to the corner of the vanity, she sat down on the makeup chair. Holding her chin, she sat in front of the vanity for a while. When she saw her face in the mirror suddenly pale, she quickly took a box of blush and patted her cheeks. By the time Jean Wani came to pick her up, Gu Yanran had already returned to normal. The two of them quickly arrived at the Imperial Capital High People's Court to wait for the third hearing. Gu Nianji wore a thin gray wool business suit and a small blazer with a belt that accentuated her slender waist. Her legs were straight and slender, and her hair was casually tied into a ponytail. "What's his last name?" Jean Wani suddenly shouted from the defendant's stand. "Dr. Liu, thank you for saving my client." Gu Nianji turned around to look at Jean Wani. "Lawyer Jean, you saved the situation in time." Gu Yanran obviously didn't remember the doctor's last name. Gu Nianji was purposely provoking her earlier. Jean Wani also noticed, so she immediately called out Gu Nianji's intention and said the doctor's last name. However, Gu Yanran hesitated, and Jean Wani called out, so everyone understood that Gu Yanran didn't remember the doctor at all. Dr. Liu thought about his righteous indignation just now and couldn't help feeling a bit awkward. This was the second update. The second update for the spiritual pet fate, 100,000 Chidian dollars, awarded to Qian Mo's relatives in April has arrived. Today is the third update requesting recommendation votes and monthly votes. Where are the recommendation votes from the relatives? They didn't even give a full vote at the third update. How sad. 7:00 p.m., the third update. Chapter 826. Gu Nianji had already achieved her goal, so she didn't continue to harp on the issue. She smiled appropriately and invited the doctor to sit on the witness stand to begin the interrogation. "May I ask if you're Dr. Liu from Hipingli Hospital?" "Yes, I'm an emergency room doctor." That day, Dr. Liu was obviously a talkative person. Once he started talking, he couldn't stop himself. Gu Nianji interrupted him gently. "Dr. Liu, now you only need to answer yes or no." Dr. Liu felt awkward once again. The anger he felt for Gu Yanran's sake earlier dissipated just like that. He only felt so awkward now that he couldn't even be bothered to say anything. Gu Nianji waited for him to calm down before asking again, "Then may I ask if your hospital received a lady who suddenly fainted from Block C of the Hipingli Commercial District building 10 days ago?" Dr. Liu adjusted the glasses on the bridge of his nose and nodded. "Please answer yes or no," Gu Nianji insisted gently. Her gaze was calm and serene as she quietly looked at Dr. Liu. Dr. Liu felt a little better and said, "Yes." "Then is this lady in court right now?" "Yes, that's her." Dr. Liu pointed in Gu Yanran's direction. Gu Yanran smiled warmly at him. However, Dr. Liu was already unmoved by this. He was filled with hot blood and wanted to seek justice for the beauty. However, he found out that the fair, rich, and beautiful woman who had stayed in his hospital for 2 to 3 days and had always been grateful to him did not even care about his surname. It seemed that his righteous indignation was too cheap. Perhaps in the beautiful lady's eyes, he wasn't even worth mentioning. She didn't need him to seek justice for her. Gu Nianji's first surname-related question was like a bucket of cold water splashed on the doctor's head. It also splashed on the nurses' heads, and it also splashed on the 2 female police officers' heads. They looked at Gu Yanran thoughtfully. No one knew what they were thinking. After Gu Nianji confirmed that the witnesses were correct, she asked again, "Then can you briefly explain the condition of the lady you treated, the defendant, Gu Yanran?" This was Dr. Liu's specialty. He immediately perked up and talked non-stop. Miss Gu Yenran's body is actually very healthy. She probably fainted because she was too angry. It's not a big deal. The real problem is the injuries on her body. Gu Nianji interrupted Dr. Liu. Dr. Liu, may I ask what you mean when you say that the defendant, Gu Yenran, probably had a heart attack due to anger? So, yes or no? Can you give me a definite answer? Dr. Liu looked at Gu Yenran's medical record that he had brought with him. He deliberated for a moment before saying, I said roughly because from her examination, her pulse, breathing, blood pressure, and blood sugar are all normal. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any signs of fainting. But Gu Nianji quickly replied, you mean that the defendant, Gu Yenran, was actually pretending to faint? The atmosphere in the courtroom suddenly became stifling, and everyone's breathing seemed to stop. Their gazes shifted to Gu Yenran at the same time. She was a little flustered, but she knew she had no way out, so she used more willpower than usual to control her emotions. Jean Wani frowned, stood up, and said, objection. The plaintiff's conclusion has no basis. The judge thought about it and asked Dr. Liu, from your professional point of view, does the plaintiff's conclusion make sense? Although Dr. Liu was reluctant, he still nodded. That's possible. However, the human brain is complicated. Although we can't find the cause of the illness sometimes, the illness is real and not faked. Of course, this kind of situation existed, but Gu Nianji was sure that Gu Yenran didn't have it. However, she didn't continue asking because she couldn't flip Gu Yenran over in one go. If she did, she wouldn't be able to continue the show. Gu Nianji pretended to be convinced and said, all right then, may I ask what happened after you admitted the defendant? After that, we happened to discover some injuries on her body, both old and new. It looked like it was caused by domestic violence, so I suggested she call the police. Dr. Liu looked at the two female police officers. As for the rest, you'll have to ask the police. Gu Nianji thanked Dr. Liu solemnly. Thank you for your cooperation. If there are any problems in the future, I hope you can support us. You're welcome. Dr. Liu walked down from the witness stand and realized that his back was wet with sweat. He returned to his original seat, still very nervous. At that moment, Gu Nianji asked the nurse to sit down at the witness stand. Gu Nianji also asked the nurse the same question she had asked the doctor. After getting a definite answer, Gu Nianji asked her again, I heard that you were the first to discover the injuries on the defendant, Gu Yenran's body. Yes, I discovered it in the ambulance that day. Sigh, why do you think that man is so cruel? Man? What man? What's his name? Gu Nianji asked calmly. Yi Xian. Yes, it's Yi Xian. This name is very unique and easy to remember. The nurse was a chubby young girl who was also very talkative. Yi Xian. Are you sure it was Yi Xian? Did you see it with your own eyes or did you hear it from someone else? Gu Nianji walked to stand in front of the nurse and confirmed again. Yes, that's his name. The nurse glanced at Dr. Liu. I heard it from Dr. Liu. Dr. Liu returned to the witness stand and accepted Gu Nianji's cross-examination with the nurse. May I ask, Dr. Liu, how did you know that the person who abused the defendant was Yi Xian? Gu Nianji asked solemnly as she took notes with a pen and paper. Dr. Liu's face was a bit red, but he still said honestly, when I came to do my ward rounds, I heard Miss Gu talking to her housekeeper at the door. She said that Yi Xian was Miss Gu's boyfriend. Is that so? Gu Nianji turned to Gu Yenran. Her bright eyes were like mirrors as she looked at her quietly, as if she could see her own reflection. Gu Yenran looked away and didn't meet Gu Nianji's eyes. She didn't say anything, so Jean Wani said on her behalf, objection. My client didn't say anything about Yi Xian to the witness. As for the witness saying that he heard it at the door, this is too ridiculous. I asked the court not to accept it. This was equivalent to eavesdropping. And most eavesdropping couldn't be used as legitimate evidence in court. Gu Nianji's eyes flashed, and she suddenly said sternly, "So you're saying that the defendant, Gu Yanran, didn't say that Yi Xian did it, and that it was completely the doctor, nurse, and the police officer's own imagination?" The doctor, nurse, and the two female police officers all looked up at Gu Yanran. Gu Yanran fidgeted under their stares. She didn't seem to want to say anything, but she finally found her conscience after being stared at by these people. She covered her face and cried, "I said it wasn't Yi Xian. I did it myself. I'm begging you, stop causing trouble." In our professional opinion, Miss Gu Yanran may have been under Yi Xian's abuse for a long time, so she has already lost the will to resist, one of the female police officers said loudly to stop Gu Nianji from attempting to defend the criminal. Gu Nianji looked at the female police officer who had spoken and asked sharply, "May I ask your professional opinion is to convict the defendant in a situation where there is no defendant?" Yi Xian wasn't even here, and this female police officer hadn't even seen him. What right did she have to come up with a story of sadomasochistic love between a scumbag and a slut? It was the third watch. Today was the third watch. Asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Where were the recommendation votes from my friends? You didn't even give a full vote at the third watch. What a sad thing. P.S. This trial is still more enjoyable with a big chapter. I'll have a big chapter tomorrow. My friends, don't think it's too expensive. Book orders are all charged by 1,000 words. My book isn't more expensive than others. Hope everyone knows you're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.